Hey y'all, and welcome back, y'all. Welcome back with another reaction to Julio Foolio Court Murder Trial Phase Penalty. Today we will be looking into Rashad Murphy on day 3. Um, each day is a day for each um suspect. Yesterday you all had Sean got right, and today they will be talking about. Yesterday y'all had Sean got right, and today y'all gonna have Rashad Murphy. Also, along with Rashad Murphy, you're gonna hear his fiance, and you're gonna hear his uncle speak. His fiance incarcerated, and 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 the uncle is incarcerated. And also, you're going to hear from the psychologist, basically going to be talking about Davian Murphy because they cousins. Okay. So, what I'm going to do today, I'm going to do something that's very special. And make sure y'all like, share, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. And keep in mind that these are my opinions, and my opinions are not necessarily based on facts, but allegedly said. So what we're gonna do is get into the video. I'm gonna do something different today. I'm going to come in between the video and give my reaction because I have questions. You know what I mean? And I know as y'all watch the video, you have questions, right? So sit back and just relax. Just relax. Shout out to my workers out there and my new and my previously subscribers. All right, y'all. Hope y'all enjoy the show. But like I said, this is a reaction channel. And I will stop this video and come in between the lines and give my opinion. All right, y'all. All right. Okay. Okay. Day 3. Any birthdays in the house? Happy birthday to you. All right, y'all. I'm going to skip it just a little bit. Okay, let it play. Let me give a shout out to the people who from other states, other part of the country. You're welcome. I won't be. I don't. I be trying to pay attention to the live, y'all. So it's not that I'm ignoring you in the chat, but I'm not focusing on the chat. I'm trying focusing on my reaction. Okay, but I love y'all. I'm not trying to ignore y'all. Enjoy the video. Where'd you go? Okay. Hello. Hello, good morning. Can you turn on your video or ask someone to help turn on the video? Sure. Now the video's on. Where'd you go? Okay. You told her go ask somebody to help you do something. So that's what she went and did. All right, Miss Steiger, correct? You're Charmaine Steiger. Okay, very good. The video is on, so we're going to bring in our jury, and then I'm going to have the clerk swear you in, and then we will begin with your testimony. Okay, let's go ahead and bring in the jury. Broadcast your identity. Okay, that's the media, not to broadcast your identity. Pardon me? It's okay. It's fine. Right, don't show the screen. Right, they know. It's okay. It's okay. Going forward from this moment forward. All right, welcome back, members of the jury. So when we broke yesterday, we had one. Oh, sorry. Okay. So yesterday, when we recessed, we had a witness on the stand, but due to scheduling issues, we have to call another witness out of turn. All right. So I believe Rashad Murphy is calling Charmaine Steiger, correct? All right, very good. Ms. Steiger, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this conference is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Okay, you can put your hand down. You may proceed, Mr. Hernandez. Thank you, Honor. Ma'am, state your name, please. Charlotte Steiger. And Ms. Steiger, I believe you're in custody jail in the All County Jail in Jacksonville. And are you in jail for a violation of probation? Yes. And are you scheduled to be released in the next few weeks, sometime in June? Yeah. Ms. Steiger, do you know the defendant, Rashad Murphy? Yes. And how long have you known him? 16 years. And how would you describe your relationship? Are you in a romantic relationship? Are you his fiance? Yes. And Mm.
Now, how would you describe Mr. Murphy, Rashad Murphy, as a father in your relationship with him?
He's a good man. He's a good father. He's a super father. He's there for me and everything with his children. He never leaves his children aside. Anything that they need, anywhere that they have to go, he's there. He's a good man. He's a gentleman. And just from the situation that happened, it's, it's a situation that my children have to go through each and every day. And his pain here is just causing them to not focus on things that they need to be focused on. And everything has been stripped away from them.
Okay. So, Ms. Steiger, I just need you just to answer the question that is asked, okay? Mr. Hernandez, go ahead.
Thank you. Do you love Rashad Murphy?
Yes, I do.
Do his children love Rashad Murphy?
Of course they do.
And you said he was a super father. Did he participate in their activities and help raise them?
Yes, he did.
Now, I'd like to go back together with Rashad Murphy. How did you get to meet him?
I met him in a football game.
And were you together pretty much the entire time after you started your relationship?
Yes.
Back in starting, I believe, in 2018, did several members of his family pass away?
Yes, they did.
Now, did his mother and cousin pass away in 2018?
Yes.
And his grandmother in 2019?
Yes.
Was Rashad the pallbearer for all three of those? Can you describe to the jury how you observed how that affected those experiences?
As any other person have lost a loved one, he's taking me back.
To your knowledge, were they all buried next to each other?
Yes.
And are you aware if there was any type of vandalization of those graves?
Yes, I'm aware.
And how did that affect Rashad Murphy?
It's pretty hurt by it.
What do you know about Rashad's childhood? His father. Let's start with his father.
What about his father?
Was his father part of his life?
No, not really.
Were you aware that, or was Rashad ever placed in foster care?
Yes, I'm aware.
And what about his mother? What type of mother do you have knowledge of was his mother to Rashad?
She was a great mother.
Pardon?
She was a great mother.
Do you know if Rashad is a religious person? When you and him were together, was he in
Oh, baby.
Saying, super father, what type of, can you describe what type of brother he was to his siblings?
He was an excellent, 8 brothers.
Who named the children you both share together? What are their names?
Major, Prosper, Davian, and Gabriel.
Would coaching the kids in sports be one of his favorite things to do?
Yes.
Would cooking for you and the children be another thing that he? Would it be accurate to say that Rashad loves helping those?
Mm.
When Rashad, was there a time that Rashad worked at Walmart?
Yes.
And was there a time when, while working at Walmart, that you saw a man sleeping at the bus stop after you picked him up from work?
Yes.
Do you recall what Rashad did?
I don't recall. I don't remember.
In 2023, the day before Thanksgiving, do you recall if Rashad was working for Amazon?
Yes.
Was someone waiting for him to check out of work?
Yes, to my knowledge.
Do you recall what happened that night?
Yes, our house was shot after the drug.
Did Rashad quit his job after that? What about Murphy and Sons? Did he work for them?
Yes.
What is Murphy and Sons?
The business of his grandfather.
And did he work for them to also help you and your children financially?
Yes.
Has his grandfather passed away since he was arrested in this case? Did Rashad ever propose to you?
Yes, he did.
And were you and Rashad planning on getting married before his arrest in this case?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now, I asked you, and I want to make sure, do you know if Rashad is a follower of Jesus Christ?
Judge, she asked him.
Well, the question was originally if he was religious, and no, but
Thank you, Your Honor. Is Rashad a follower of Jesus Christ?
Yes, he is.
Did he make sure that you followed the faith as a family?
Yes, he did.
Are you aware that he taught Bible studies since he's been arrested and to other inmates since he's been in jail in this case?
Yes.
If Mr. Rashad Murphy is sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, would you continue to have contact with Mr. Murphy?
Yes, I will.
Will you visit him in prison?
Yes, I will.
Will you make sure that his children, your children, would remain or still be able to have contact with Rashad Murphy?
Yes.
Is Rashad, would you describe him as goal-oriented?
As what?
Goal-oriented.
Yes.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
yes.
No other questions?
This is Rashad Murphy, y'all. As I told you at the beginning of the live, I said that this is a reaction channel. So I'm going to react just a little bit, not long, but just looking at when I look at couples, the hurt part of it is kids are involved. There are 4 kids involved in Rashad's life. They didn't just got into his life; they've been into his life, and the choices and decisions that he made. That's what he did. Now he was working, he was doing all of this, he was doing all of that. And when you have responsibility, you are accountable of those responsibility. You have to do what you have to do to to make it end meet. Okay. In the picture right here, it's not functional. It's not it's dysfunctional to me because you have both parents incarcerated. You got one parent allegedly might be gone for life. That's their father. There are male and female involved in his life, little life. It's got little people. Um, what would she do now? The mother. Both parents incarcerated now. And we know that Rashad might not be going nowhere. But she said that she will make sure that the kids come to the jail to see their father. That's why we have to make better choices, y'all. Because this can't affect the kids, okay? This may have the kids acting out in school. So how did my question is this, and then we're going to continue. Please don't skip over the reaction part because this is a life. My question is, how and when did Rashad Murphy have time to hang out with the 1200 block, 1600, 1200, wherever the block he was on, and he was in a game? How did he have time to go over there and he had kids to see about? All right, think about that.
Before I finish, just want to have you elaborate, if you can, a little bit more about activities when Mr. Murphy was not in custody and serving as a in-person father to his children. Can you describe what activities he participated in with his children?
Football games, basketball games, soccer games, pageants for the girls, father and daughter dance, all kind of activities.
How did Rashad taking in and his siblings after his mother died, how did that affect you in your lives?
It didn't affect us. We just know that that the kids needed support and took care of them like we were our own kids.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Any questions? No questions, Judge? Okay. All right, thank you, Ms. Steiger. Your testimony is now concluded. Okay. Oh, wait, sorry. We do have a few more questions. One moment. I believe the counsel for Davian Murphy has a couple questions. Good morning. Do you know Davian Murphy?
Yes,
And how is it that you know him?
he's Rashad's cousin.
And what's your, can you describe Davian as a person?
I can't because I haven't got to know him. He's in prison.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Any rereads? Okay, very good. All right. Thank you, Ms. Steiger. Now your testimony is concluded, so you can go ahead
He looking at his woman.
All right, so let's get Dr. Eisenstein back on witness.
I see you, Sean, with your little nice sweater on, hon. Let me see what my buddy got on today. Davian Murphy. God, I'm about these people out of retirement.
All right, Doctor, you remain under oath from yesterday, okay?
There you go. Hey, Davian. What you looking at, Davian? Mm-mm. Okay, yeah.
Sir, you are a neuropsychologist, correct? Correct. Done for, you said, 4 decades, correct? Or about approximately? Correct. Okay. And you maintain, or you did at some point maintain, clinical practices. Is that correct? I still do. You still do? Okay. So in addition to your forensic work that you do, where you consult with attorneys like this movie, for Mr. Murphy, you do clinical practice where you see patients. Correct. But Mr. Murphy is not a clinical patient, correct? That's correct. And consulting in legal cases like this, specifically capital murder cases, where there's mental health litigation, that's a major part of what you do in your forensic work, correct? Correct. So this is the first time you've come into a penalty phase like this in front of a jury and testify. Correct. After your client's been found guilty, you come in and you're going to testify to what your findings are, correct? Correct. You are not a medical doctor, correct? Correct. You're not a psychiatrist, correct? Correct. Those are two distinct things. Would you agree with me? Correct. Okay. So you did go, or you did some work at Yale University, but you didn't go to school there, your medical school, to seek a medical degree, correct? Correct. When you met with Mr. Davian Murphy, and I'm going to continue to refer to him as Davian Murphy because we have another Murphy sitting over here, okay? When you went to meet with him, did you advise him of the purpose and your role in the case? Correct. I'm sure you understood that, correct? Yes. And you told him it was your role, if I understand correctly, to evaluate him and assess his case for any potential mental health condition. Is that correct? Correct. And when you went through these tests, you explained to him the test, correct? That you administered. And you did obtain a history from him, correct? Correct. So he would have known you were there not to hurt him, correct? I'm sorry? You were there not to hurt him. You were not there in an adversarial position, correct? Correct. You were not sent by the state attorney's office or the prosecution. You would have done that, correct?
not the first time in a penalty phase situation where you have examined a defendant that you have recommended that there be diagnostic scans, correct?
Correct.
So you've done that in other cases too, correct?
Correct.
Out of all the times that you've testified for a defendant in a penalty phase proceeding, and you told us most of those were in Florida.
Correct.
How many times do you believe that you recommended that they have some type of brain scan?
Vast majority.
And how many of those times that you've testified was that on behalf of the prosecution?
Always on behalf of the defense.
Do you know who Dr. Rubino is?
Yes, I do.
Have you worked on cases that he has been consulted by the same party?
Yes.
So one of the tests that you administered in this case was the TOMS, correct?
Correct.
The TOMMS.
It's TOMM.
I'm sorry, TOMM. But a lot of people will refer to it as the TOMS or the TOM test.
Well, it's an acronym.
It's an acronym, correct. What does it stand for?
Test of memory malingering.
Okay, so that's a test that is a scale specifically designed to detect malingering, correct?
Correct.
And you don't tell the person that when you give them the test, correct?
Correct.
All right, so malingering is not getting genuine, reliable memory, correct?
Correct.
It's fake, right?
Correct.
And how many times did you administer that test in this case?
Well, it's administered one time, but there's 3 parts to the test.
There's 3 parts to it, okay. So in that single administration, he is actually participating in 3 separate subtests or 3 tests?
Correct.
All right, but that's all done on the same day, is that right?
Correct. At the same time.
Okay. How many days did you meet with the defendant, or did your partner meet with the defendant to administer testing?
I believe it was 7 times.
7 times. And your partner in your practice also participated in this, correct, with administration of tests? And she is a psychologist?
A licensed psychologist.
Licensed psychologist. Is she your spouse, or?
Correct.
Okay. Now, your practice, you maintain this generally out of your house in Miami, is that correct?
No, we have an office.
You do have an office. Okay, my mistake. I thought you practice out of your house. So you have an office where you meet with your clinical patients?
Correct.
So your assessment of the defendant's liability, credibility, and effort, that was only done on that one day, correct?
Well, with that particular test.
That particular test, yes. So the other test you're talking about is a subtest of the Wexler adult intelligence.
Okay, y'all, I'm going to stop it right here just for a second or two. This is Davian Murphy, the cousin of Rashad Murphy, the young man that you saw before. And the neurologist, psychologist, used to work in jail, in the prisons. And he's going to read y'all some information on his memories, what it's doing. I ain't gonna say what I got to say on this part, what I want to say. But the question I have is, was he seeing a neurologist, psychologist before he made his decision to do what he did? How did he come about getting involved in a decision that involves Julio Foolio?
That was one.
Right, and that's a subtest that can be utilized to detect malingering, but it's not the primary purpose of that subtest, correct?
Correct.
So that's a test that, in the literature, you can utilize it for several subtests of the Wexler.
Correct.
I want to say it correctly. That would be the weights, the Wexler adult intelligence scale, correct?
Correct.
All right. So on the other days where you were administering tests, and are those, is that it? Are those the tests that you administered for malingering?
No. Also gave the word choice, the advanced clinical solutions.
Is that a single test?
Correct.
And was that given on the same day as the Tom or a different day?
So what you're doing now is trying to find Davian Murphy's records, neurology, neuro report to present to the court.
That was a different day.
Okay. So on how many of the 7 days did you test for malingering?
Well, it was official test were 3 times, but really it's throughout the evaluation itself. So it's 3 malingering measures on 3 different days.
On 3 different days out of 7, is that correct?
That's correct.
So even assuming that he wasn't hedging or faking someone in those malingering measures, just you had no measure to assess whether it was no measure. I'm not talking about your clinical assessment. I'm talking about a measure, a test. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Doctor, you are, this is a consulting business, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Well, it's part of your business to consult in these types of cases, correct?
Well, we're doing evaluations and we're assessing the individuals.
Yes, but you're getting paid for what you're doing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's what I want to talk to you about. Can you tell us how much you're charging for your services, for your consultation with the defense?
$300 an hour.
And is that a flat amount that goes across anything you do in the case?
Correct.
Okay, so $300 an hour to administer tests,
Correct.
conduct interviews,
Correct.
and $300 an hour during your testimony.
Correct.
Right? And when the state of Florida took your deposition, sent us an invoice for $300 an hour, correct?
That's correct.
For the multiple hours in that deposition process.
Correct.
Okay. And do you charge any kind of fee for your travel from Miami to here?
That's charged at a lower fee,
At a lower fee, what is that?
$125 an hour.
And is that actual travel time or is that some kind of a flat fee?
No, it's the actual travel time.
So at this point, have you submitted invoices for payment?
Yeah, up until this point, yes.
Okay. How many invoices have you submitted?
There have been several.
Several. Okay. Do you know the total amount that you've been reimbursed or billed for?
It's approximately $30,000.
And that doesn't include your testimony last night and today, correct?
That's correct.
One of the things that you mentioned is
It's
and that is something you recognize as a diagnostic. some point you were, I'm assuming, utilizing DSM-5. Correct. Okay. When you're conducting testing and evaluation for cognitive function, correct? The DSM-5 in general practice in the field of psychology would indicate that you should, depending on the test scores, you should always seek collateral information, correct?
Correct.
And that was the part, that's why you interviewed the defendant and spoke to his mother.
Correct.
When the defense provided you materials in this case, you told us you received several records, including medical records and school records that included psycho evaluations of the defendant.
Right.
Did they provide you with any of the law enforcement reports in this case?
I run a podcast, so
I wonder how Rashad, Davian,
Davian,
what are you thinking of now? Is he embarrassed? Doesn't matter at this moment.
Did they provide you with any No. And were you aware that the actual murder was captured on video evidence?
Correct.
Okay. But they didn't provide that to you.
That's correct.
And did they provide you with any digital evidence like social media evidence?
No.
Or any audio, visual interviews, anything like that?
No.
Any deposition transcripts?
No.
Now, they didn't provide you any police reports, correct?
That's correct.
You could have done that, right?
Correct.
Just a big baby.
Fair to say that as far as that decision, in your position, you kind of reports, I want any evidence that shows your client being interviewed or any statements he may have made, correct?
Correct.
And there was nothing to prevent you from making that request, correct?
Correct.
Now, were you aware that Mr. Murphy, Davian Murphy, had made a statement to the police?
Correct.
Do you know the contents of that statement?
No.
Have you reviewed any of it?
No.
So you haven't reviewed like a minute of it?
That's correct.
Would it surprise you to know it's 2 hours long?
No.
And in the interview, the defendant is being interviewed by detectives, law enforcement, right?
Correct.
And the defendant is being questioned, at least in large part of the interview, about this case and about his culpability in this case. Were you aware of that?
No.
And in portions of the video, he is left alone in the interview for several minutes, a couple different occasions, and can be observed. Were you aware of that?
No.
Whoops, in the camera.
And if the video was recorded and the defendant was interviewed approximately 7 months after the murder happened, that would be closer in time than any other information, collateral information that was provided, correct? And I'm not talking about your testing or anything like that. I'm talking about collateral information.
I'm not sure what you mean by collateral information.
Well, history given by the defendant or any record that was provided.
Well, I'm looking primarily at educational records. I'm looking at medical records. I'm looking at those as history. So that's where my primary focus is on.
Well, I understand that. I think that's pretty clear. But if this interview occurred 7 months after the murder, you agree with me that that is closer in time than documented and provided in those records, correct?
Well, it's different times. It's different material.
Right.
It's a different focus.
You're looking at, that's a different look at a different time in his life, correct?
That's correct.
You're looking at incidents that occurred when he was in elementary school. You're looking at incidents that occurred when he was 17, when he was 20. tested for of his effort, of his genuine effort. Correct?
Correct.
You would agree that if he is not giving genuine effort, then the tests are really not a good reflection, correct?
That's correct.
And a lot of your testing, you're trusting on him to give you effort, are you not?
Well, we're assessing for that.
But other than that, at the time when you did assess for that, even when you assess for that, even if you gave testing later that day or right after that, you're still going to be relying upon genuine effort, correct?
Well, again, that's my examination and evaluation of it. That's correct.
And then on the days when you didn't test whether it was genuine or faking, you had to rely upon him, you had to trust him to get genuine.
Well, I'm not sure that the word trust is correct. It's just giving effort in terms of what he's doing.
Right, but you're relying upon him to do that, correct?
That's correct.
So that you have valid scores and valid testing.
That's correct.
All right. So, as a person who is analyzing, evaluating the results of those tests, you have to consider any potential motive or bias that you may have fabricated. Correct? All right. And or not give valid effort, right? Okay. And looking at a 2-hour interview of your client by detectives, that could be critical in making an assessment of this person's reliability, correct? And their credibility. Correct, right? Okay. And having the facts of the case, the actual facts of the case, to be able to even make a more informed decision as to the credibility when he's being interviewed by the detectives, to be able to contrast what the evidence shows and what he's telling the detectives, that would be critical also, wouldn't it? Or could be helpful, right? Correct. It would have given you possibly a lot more data and a lot more information to consider his potential bias and credibility, correct?
Well, again, that speaks to that particular time, his responses, but I'm looking at it a wholly different aspect.
So you would agree with me, as far as bias, that there is no one involved in this case. There's no one sitting in this courtroom that has more bias than Davian Murphy or these other defendants would have to potentially fabricate or fake their way to neurocognitive testing, correct?
That's a possibility.
Right. And they
But
have,
I evaluated that, I assessed that, and I made a determination that he was not faking. I said that.
right, I understand that.
If he would have been faking, the test would have been quite different.
Well, what I'm asking you is, he has a bias, right? An inherent built-in bias, right?
Everyone has a bias.
But he has a massive potential bias because he may potentially be facing the death penalty, right?
That's correct.
And at the time you administered those tests, he was facing charges of capital murder and, if convicted, up to 10
Right.
years, correct?
That's correct.
He was taking these tests, correct? And you were
Well,
administering.
again, as I stated, he would have been faking because he was shown up, his scores, the results would have been quite different. That's not the case. So from a neurocognitive point of view, in terms of doing tests, assessing his cognitive abilities, I made the determination that he was not faking. If he would have been faking, the results would have been quite different. My test would have been different, and that was not the case.
Right. And I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you about his potential bias,
Right? But I think I answered that.
right?
I get the conclusion that
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to object.
Okay, great. Has been answered.
That bias.
Okay. What the prosecutor, he really kind of like wastes time on questions and stuff. That's what really puts you to sleep in this case. The psychologist already answered the question. But the question is from the prosecutor to the psychology is, his Davian test should be different than mine and yours and anybody else test from the beginning when he first went in there and got tested, because the death penalty is over his head. So it's going to make his brain and his mind, his brain react different, right? There should be a change in his test. That's the only thing the prosecutor is trying to ask that psychology, that it has to be a change in his bias, his brain reacting before he took the test and now. He didn't know he was going to get the death penalty, so the mind is doing, the brain is reacting differently. Y'all know that much.
And that would be yes, right?
No, the answer is no.
It wouldn't be in his mind?
Again, I think I answered that. Stop me.
Okay.
I answer.
So you're telling the jury you do not believe that Davian Murphy would have had in the back of his mind, knowing that you're there to assist and help him, and knowing that you're there to find any potential mitigation, that he is potentially looking at a capital murder conviction and then a potential death sentence?
Right.
I didn't say that.
Well, that's my question.
That, of course,
I didn't ask you about your findings about whether you think he's faking. I'm asking about his bias.
Well, of course, that's on his mind.
Uh-oh.
Going back to the interview with the defendant, assuming that the detectives had identified themselves and had identified what they were questioning the defendant about, all right, I just want you to be fully informed in this question. If the defendant lied during that 2 hours, not once, but multiple times, that could potentially also be critical evidence for you to look at as far as assessing his liability, correct?
Well, it relates to that particular incident.
Well, it would relate to this person and whether he's telling the truth in a very pressure tested situation being questioned by detectives, right?
That's true.
Okay. And if he had, we're going to move now beyond looking at collateral evidence of his reliability or his trustworthiness. If he had the ability to fabricate lies where he is weaving them around facts, I was in Tampa, I was there Sunday, until Sunday, and I know you don't know a lot about the facts of the case, but this is where we will find the jury in this question. He's able to lay into a weave of lies some facts to try to anchor and more that lie. That would be significant to you in your analysis and your evaluation of his cognitive ability, correct?
I told you, I think I answered that, and I'll answer it again.
Well, I haven't asked you about cognitive.
Well, you just mentioned it.
Right.
So if you want, I can answer that.
Okay.
You can answer
It would be critically important to that, right? Or potentially critically important.
Again, that is something on his mind, but that's what I did not evaluate what his state of mind was or his interview was part of what I did.
It's not just something on his mind. That goes to his cognitive function, his ability to create lies out of whole cloth, correct?
That's how he responded. My neurocognitive evaluation goes to another area.
And you would agree with me, I think you said this. I think you said this yesterday. There is no perfect test, correct? I think you said that. There is no perfect test or test performance.
I'm not sure.
I'm talking about your neurocognitive testing, especially the administration of the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale, that there is no perfect test or testing scenario.
Well, I don't think I said.
Yeah. I, like I said, I'm gonna be reacting in between. I am really sitting here watching how this suspect behavior is kind of like changing. because y'all is discussing his personal health in front of the world. I mean, why are we spending so much time? Why he got to be faking? Why do my thing is why do Rashard have to be fake? Why do he have to fake his psychological test? How? Why he has to be faking this test? Why he just can't be taking the test? But what is he thinking now? It look like he thinking about I'm about to run out of this mother sucker. It's just he giving me a mind standing there. It's something about to happen. The way he looking.
What I said was that the ultimate score of any test, there's room for error in terms of how it's scored and how it's interpreted.
Good enough. It's not 100%. All right, and that's why there's a 5-point up and a 5-point down, and it's a band that sits with it, correct? Correct. In the weights. Okay, so you have that error rate of 5 points either way, correct? Correct. All right. The ability, well, let me rephrase. Were you aware or made aware of the fact that after the murder in this case, after the defendant had fled back to Jacksonville, they were so right in the same day as the murder, in the days, weeks, and months after that, that there was basically a manhunt going on in Duval County, Jacksonville, for this defendant. Were you aware of that? Correct. Okay. And there were advertisements by law enforcement on social media, on billboards, and on TV out there with the defendant's face being plastered around. You've been made aware of that?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Okay. All right. Considering that fact, and the fact which is pointed out to the defendant in this interview by the police, that the defendant for 7 months was able to live in Jacksonville, the city of Jacksonville, and evade the police that they captured. Wouldn't that be significant to your evaluation, that fact?
Again, I think I answered the question. But
no, this is a different question.
Well, it goes back to the same point that you're trying to make. The neurocognitive evaluation
I'm not trying to make any points. I'm just asking you a question. This would go to his cognitive function.
No.
In your evaluation.
Okay, again, I think I answered this, but let me answer it again. My evaluation of him was independent of what his conduct was at the commission of the crime or his behavior. I think I mentioned that. I'm going to reiterate that because I'm not going to discredit his performance based on
Right.
what his conduct was.
Or his mental state during the commission of the offense. That's what you're telling us.
I've told you that several times.
Okay. So let me ask you about this. You gave an opinion yesterday to this jury, did you not, Doctor? That the capacity of the defendant to appreciate the criminality of his or her conduct or to conform his or her conduct to the requirements of law was potentially impaired. Correct. So are you talking about at the time the murder happened? That's correct. So you are giving an opinion about the defendant. That's correct. Okay, that seems to be completely opposite of what you
Yeah.
That's not the case. This case was committed while the defendant was under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance, correct? That's correct. And again, you're getting an opinion about his cognitive state, right? At the time the murder happened. That's correct. All right. So let me ask you some questions about that. So did you look at a shred of the police reports in this case, or see any of the video of the murder in this case? Were you aware pedestrian in the victim's car. The defendant without hesitation turned and ran back to a getaway car where he then secreted himself from the crime scene in the middle of the darkness. Were you aware of that, sir?
No.
Right. Wouldn't all of those facts have been critical to your assessment and
Right.
two opinions as to whether the defendant's cognitive abilities were impaired in his mind in the murder?
No.
Don't all of those facts demonstrate a person's ability to adapt, their ability to conceal themselves and to make purposeful, intentional efforts to do so?
Perhaps.
Okay. And your testing is just one component of cognitive assessment, correct? Under the DSM-5?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Well, when you're assessing a person's intelligence or their cognitive abilities, IQ testing, like the weights, that's just one aspect of it, correct?
I conducted a neuropsychological battery that consisted of many different areas of brain function, not just the IQ.
Right, I understand that. So, in addition to your neuropsychological testing, the DSM-5 recommends.
The only thing he's saying, y'all, just in case I don't want y'all to get confused, is during the time when Davian Murphy taking his assessment, this wasn't brought up what kind of tests he performed during Julio Foolio shootout. That wasn't asked or nothing when he took the test. What the psychologist did was just took a test. He didn't know all of this happened. He trying to claim, allegedly, he did saying that he didn't know that this happened. So the prosecutor trying to say they faked the test because the psychologist didn't even know what kind of situation he was in and what he did. He just took a test. So Davian outsmart the psychologist, unless the psychologist didn't care. I don't know.
Cognitive ability that you need to also look at adaptive behavior, correct?
That's correct.
Behavior where a person is able to adapt to everyday living conditions, correct?
Correct.
All right. And wouldn't you agree with me that adapting oneself to a living condition where you're consistently, continually aware that the police are seeking you out and attempting to locate you and find you, that adaptation would be critical to your assessment in this case?
I answered that already. I said again, my adaptive function that I did test for was not looking at those aspects.
Right. And the DSM-5 speaks to that, doing testing for adaptive.
And I did that.
Correct. But the DSM-5 also speaks to looking at collateral information of adaptive behaviors, correct? That's correct. All right. Let's go through a couple of those, if you don't mind. I don't believe we heard about these yesterday, but, find my glasses. So this would include the practical domain, which involves learning, which you've gone through, self-management across life settings. I'm reading directly from the manual, including personal care, job responsibilities, money management.
In other words, I get what the prosecutor is doing because his adaptive behavior didn't stop him independently in his daily lives when it came down to the murder of Julio Foolio, allowing Davian to meet demands and social responsibilities. So I see where the prosecutor is going from, is talking about his concessional skills, he don't have no problem. He don't have no disability right there. No. Because he went head on with the war between Julio.
Work task organization.
Right.
Would you agree that those are all adaptive behaviors that you need to look at? Correct. Okay. Further, the DSM-5 specifically states adaptive functioning may be difficult to assess in a controlled setting like a prison or a detention center. If possible, corroborative information reflecting functioning outside those settings should be obtained. Would you not agree with me? That's the exact setting that we were conducting your adaptive behavior testing. Correct. In the county jail. And what I'm talking about are corroborative evidence outside of the jail, correct?
What you're referring to is case in point, which is not necessarily adaptive, and therefore I did not look at that.
I don't understand why he didn't look at his adapted skills, because his behavior is because he killed the man. He was in a shootout. Davian, don't lose it, baby. Please don't lose it, because you're a big man. Please don't lose it. Open your
Let's
eyes.
talk about some other adaptive behavior that we didn't hear about yesterday. So one of the things that you look at, as I brought up here, was job responsibilities, work task organization, basically employment, the ability to obtain and maintain employment. You would agree with that, right? That would be an adaptive function.
Correct.
When you interviewed Mr. Murphy, he gave you a work history, did he not?
Correct.
Okay. And the work history included his first job at Burger King, where he worked, I believe, for 6 months. Correct? You remember that in your report?
I don't think it was Burger King.
If you look to
Don't worry about it, Rashad. I worked at Burger King at 19.
look at the top of your page 4.
I'm sorry, you're right.
Okay. So his first job was at Burger King preparing food. He worked there for 6 months, correct?
Correct.
All right. He also worked as a dishwasher at Cracker Barrel. He worked there for 8 months, correct?
Correct.
All right. And he worked at International House of Pancakes for a couple of months, and Steak and Shake for 6 months as a grill cook, a short order cook, correct?
Correct.
So that would demonstrate, would it not, his ability to apply for employment, right?
Well, not necessarily that he applied, but yes, he got the job. That one we
Got
know.
that job. And most jobs require some type of application and interview, right?
Correct.
Correct. I agree with that. Okay. So it required him to go through an application process, including an interview, answering the person who's interviewing, whether it's an HR person or it's the manager of these facilities. He also worked at a place called SteelCon, where he was
Well, at least he tried to work.
fabrication of some type, right?
Correct.
And I believe he worked at Lowe's. Do you remember him mentioning that? I don't believe it's in your report.
I don't recall.
Okay. But he was able to apply to obtain the job. And before any of that, he was able to, you would agree with me, to have the adaptive behavioral ability or functioning ability to understand that he needs to get a job to make money, right, to live, correct, to sustain himself. So that goes to his personal skills, correct? Correct. All right. So, and then to have a job and maintain it, even for that long, is going to require that he follow their expectations for
Right.
his position.
Adaptive behavior.
These are his roles, correct?
That's correct.
He's going to have to show up on time, right? Correct. And give good effort in his work, correct?
Correct.
And short order cooks, that's that's a position that is under a time restraint normally, correct?
Correct.
At breakfast places like IHOP and even at Steak and Shake, there's a real incentive, I guess, put on speed and getting food out quick, correct, to the servers.
Correct.
I mean, I think everybody knows that if you ever go out to eat breakfast or dinner somewhere in a setting like that. So those things, you put that into a point. You didn't talk about it yesterday, but that would demonstrate adaptive behavior, correct?
Right.
That's correct.
Doctor, I believe in your opinion yesterday, you correct me if I'm wrong, have you provided any access to one diagnosis?
No.
There was, you mentioned yesterday there was a time period where the defendant was prescribed Seroquel.
Correct.
It was a short time, correct?
Correct.
And you said Seroquel is an antipsychotic medication, correct?
That's correct.
That's what it was, I think, originally developed for. It still is used, correct?
That's correct.
But it's also utilized to treat depression, correct?
Correct.
And anxiety,
Correct.
and especially in incarcerated settings like the Hillsborough County Jail, low doses, 30, 60, or 80 milligrams, is utilized for some for inability to sleep.
Perhaps.
Yeah, I'm gonna push this up a little because I see what the prosecutor is doing. So when ain't no use in us wasting our time, the prosecutor, in other words, trying to say ain't nothing wrong with Davian Murphy's behavior. It just he faked his test when he went in there into the psychological testing. That's what the prosecutor is saying, but the psychologist is saying he didn't fake it. So we're gonna skip over there because they really kind of like wearing me out right here.
In fact, I believe what he told you was
Okay, I'm gonna put it right. I'm put it right here.
That was part of the Wexler memory skill.
that's part of the Wexler memory scale. This is a subtest.
That's correct.
Okay. This is on top of page 10. You indicated his ability to recall word pairs over multiple trials was in the average range, correct?
Correct.
And his ability to retain the information after a delay with interference was in the average range.
Correct.
Under the visual memory index of that same test, Mr. Murphy's ability to recall visual and spatial details was average both immediately and after a delay. Right?
Correct.
And his ability to view a design and draw it immediately from memory was in the low average range. Is that right?
Correct.
Going to your language area, are we still under that same general test, or is this a different area?
These are different tests.
Okay, these are different. Under language, in the expressive vocabulary test, second edition, which measures word knowledge and expressive language, you put his score in the low average range of expressive language functioning, correct?
Correct.
His expressive language score was 31 points higher, significantly greater than his receptive language score. Is that right?
Correct.
There's also a visuo-spatial ability test, and I'm going to have you explain or pronounce that for us. REY test, Ray.
The Ray Ostrich complex figure test.
A test of constructional ability, visual constructional ability, visual memory. You indicated that Mr. Mr. Murphy obtained a 16.5 of a possible 36 points.
I'm gonna start. I want to see.
The average range. Correct. And then in the Hooper visual work, he again scored in the average range.
Correct.
You can go to your page 4 of your report. Thank you, sir. Mr. Murphy reported crashing a golf cart into a car wash when he was a little boy, right?
Correct.
And he said he hit his head on the steering wheel. Is that right?
Correct.
And he had headaches.
Correct.
Now, was he the only source of that information?
Correct.
And then at age 14, he was a passenger in a car that crashed into a tree, right?
Correct.
But he didn't seek medical attention in that case. He ran away from the crash, right?
Correct.
And in that instance, in that case, that crash into a tree, he's not reporting to you any kind of head injury, correct?
Correct.
And then he reported to you that in 2015, when he was 18 years old, he fractured his third metatarsal bone in his right hand, correct?
Correct.
He was treated, I believe, in the emergency room in Jacksonville. But that had nothing to do with his head, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In 2017, when he was 20 years old, he was taken by fire rescue to Chance Jacksonville ER after he was shot in the groin, and you talked about the injury that affected his penis and then went into his thigh, correct?
Correct.
Again, that had nothing to do with his head, correct? That he didn't suffer any kind of injury to his head because of that, correct?
Correct.
And then about a little less than a month later, he's involved in another motor vehicle accident. He's taken to the ER at Chance. And that's when you talked about the Glasgow Coma scale of 13 out of 15. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, there wasn't just one CT scan taken during that hospitalization. There were multiple CT scans taken, correct?
Correct.
All right. And none of them showed any kind of an acute intracranial hemorrhage, correct?
Correct. No bleeding.
Or bleeding, or mass effect, or territorial infarct.
No broken bones.
No broken bones, no brain swelling, right?
Correct.
They were normal.
Well said. You're right. There was no bleeding.
No bleeding. He did break his leg, correct?
Correct.
And was treated for that. Correct. And then in 2023, when he was 26 years old, he was a passenger, the rear seat passenger in a car that was hit by a truck, correct?
Correct.
And he was taken to Jacksonville Shands, where he's diagnosed with a pain in his forearm, a pain in his elbow, and a pain in his left hand, correct?
And his back.
In his back, yes. And in fact, there was a CT scan done at that time on his lumbar spine,
Correct.
which found no osseous abnormality.
Correct.
He had x-rays done of his forearm, his elbow, and his hand, which revealed no fracture dislocation or any kind of abnormality, right?
Correct.
Now, it says in your report, he reported hitting his head very hard. Was that what he reported to you?
Correct.
So that's not in the medical records, correct?
Correct.
Going back to when Miss Meeks had taken him to the Christian Academy when he was in 8th grade, Mr. Murphy told you, Davian Murphy told you that he did much better academically and graduated from elementary school in that facility, correct?
Correct.
talking again about Miss Beeks and her commitment to her son, at one point, I believe when he was in either 9th or 10th grade, she exercised what a lot of folks call tough love and kicked him out of the house, right?
Correct.
And he had to go stay with his grandmother, right?
Everybody go live with the grandmama.
Right? Correct. By his own admission, right?
Correct.
So you would agree with me there was always someone there to take care of him, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned that you were asked questions about the FCAT test, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's the Florida Comprehensive Assessment Test.
Correct.
That's a test that is a standardized test, right?
Correct.
And it depends on what grade the content of the test, correct?
Correct.
And that's a test here in Florida that's given through multiple years in elementary, middle, and high school.
Correct.
And that is not only standardized, but it is a timed test, correct?
Correct.
At least in high school, it's not dissimilar to the SAT or similar tests, correct?
Correct.
Standardized test that is testing accumulated knowledge.
Correct.
And when those tests were being conducted and discussed its performances on, there is no type of validity or effort testing in school, correct?
Correct.
That's not a free test,
Correct.
so
Come on.
the test is going to depend in large part on the effort of the student taking the test, correct?
Right. And it measures the ability.
Right. It measures your ability. But if they come in and they blow that test off, for lack of a better way of saying it, that you have no desire to take it, or you don't really care, or even if they get halfway through, they get tired, or they just don't want to do any more work, it's going to affect the results, correct?
Correct.
Your effort, right?
Correct. But this was repeated over and over and over.
Right. And if the child had the same mindset towards taking standardized tests, and he didn't like taking them, it could have the same effect over repeated tests, right?
Perhaps.
Now, standardized tests, there's a lot of literature that they're not really good for a lot of people, right? A lot of people just don't perform well on standardized tests. They don't like the time structure. They don't like being pressure tested like that, right?
Perhaps.
Let me tell you about a standardized test, y'all. Like I said, I'm going to react in between. These kids can pass a test because they are putting anything on it. They're taking the chance of just bubbling in anything, just to finish the test. We don't know, was this a written assessment? What kind of assessment was this? Was questionable? What was it? Because you could just, kids pass a test and don't know nothing, can be flunking out in school all day, but pass that standardized test for just marking and anything. Because they have a problem with reading and stuff.
The only IQ test in his history before you tested it was the WISC, right?
Correct.
And the Wechsler Intelligence Scale for Children, that is, you indicated that the WACE is a gold standard test for intelligence, correct?
Correct.
For adults.
Correct.
Right. And the WISC is a gold standard test for children, correct?
Correct. But any IQ test for children has to be discussed with the caveat that the age, which is 8 years old, and developmental period of the individual. So
Right.
it could change, and it was recommended that he be tested, but that didn't happen.
Right. But it could certainly stay consistent, correct?
Well, it should, but again, like I said, one really can't extrapolate from the test.
I understand what psychology is talking about. As you grow, the brain changes, the memories, everything changes in there. It start thinking differently. Come on, we're wasting so much time right here.
That was given in
Right.
Where I mentioned yesterday that puberty would be, or adolescence would be a better indication of consistent IQ.
So the only IQ test we have in this quiz that is administered to an 8-year-old little boy in a school setting, who is going to be of the tenure of mind, probably not having a massive bias like the in this case, correct? Or motivation, not exercise full effort, right?
Well, you just mentioned that the FCATs he doesn't, and this he does. I mean, again, we have the assumption is that he gave full effort, and the consistent performance is what we look at.
Right, and I'm not talking about his effort full on in that test. He could have very well scored higher if his effort had been better in that test.
Well, we don't know that.
Right, well, you brought it up, so that's why I'm asking.
Well, again, we take at face value what we have. We don't say it could have been higher, it could have been lower. It is what it is.
Well, before you interrupted me, the point I was making, the question I'm asking is, we have the test that he took at 8 years old, where he doesn't have the same bias that he would have today in his courtroom versus the test. The only other test that we have in front of us is the test you administer in the county jail, telling him that you're there, trying to evaluate for mental health mitigation, him sitting there facing capital murder, potential death sentence. We have that test. So we have these two tests at the opposite ends of life, correct?
Correct.
So we don't have IQ tests that could have been or should have been done throughout school multiple times, tracking intelligence in a much more, let's just say, environment that would be
Correct.
And his test at that time at 8 years old was an 81. You told us that yesterday, correct?
Correct.
That would rank him in the low average range, right?
Correct.
Just that score.
Correct.
And what moment you're at?
All right.
Boy. I'm just sitting here praying that Davian just hold his composure while they having a discussion about him, about his psychological neurologist test. Okay, let me skip a little bit. I don't know what they done. I don't know. Okay. Oh Lord. Okay, here we go.
Take a break, a lunch break, or if I can have an extended 15, 20-minute break. So my expert witness, who I just retained, basically, I just got done with his deposition like this, and reminded me that he has not produced a report. A PowerPoint with multiple images on it. And I haven't really had a chance to communicate with my expert.
You wasting time.
Okay. Better I have my doctor.
I think that the prosecutor wastes amount of time to get to his point. He's saying he haven't got to his point. Get to your point. Because what you're doing now is just going around in a circle. He don't even realize that. He has really got, I mean, come on. Get to the point. Shoot, it shouldn't take all day to get to the point. They're already going to prison for the rest of their life.
Follow up on a few things with you. State indicated that pretty much every time you evaluate someone, that you always recommend raise hands.
All right, well, why don't you rephrase your question?
Do you recommend that everyone that you evaluate get an MRI or a CAT scan or PET
Right.
of their brain?
No.
Would you agree that individuals in your training and experience, individuals that have been charged with first degree premeditated murder, have a lot of mental health problems?
Objection.
I'm sorry, what was the question? Do a lot of people?
No, individuals
There's no.
charged with first degree premeditated.
Hold up. Come on, defense attorney. You, listen to what you're saying. Cause you did say everybody. Come on, cutie pie.
Yeah, sustain the objection.
Would you come here to testify?
Objection. Self-serving.
Well, why don't you rephrase? Go ahead. Rephrase. Ask the question.
To jeopardize your career?
Objection, Your Honor. Self-serving and proper.
Right.
To jeopardize your career and fabricate your testimony?
Right.
Absolutely not.
Is there any reason to believe that when you evaluated Davian Murphy and met with him those 7 times over 20 hours that he was faking?
Right.
No, it was not fake.
If you had been provided the police reports and any video evidence regarding the charges in this case, would that change your opinions that you offered today or yesterday?
No.
See, that's what I'm gonna stop because it's like I said, it's a reaction. That's what I was telling y'all. The prosecutor trying to claim alleges that Davian went in there and faked his psychological test. But he didn't fake it. He went in there acting like himself. Even if the neurologist didn't even know what he'd been through. He was just being himself. So when he took the MRI, it's just told what was going on with him, and that could be what's going on with him. So I don't think he faked the test. I think he was just being himself.
State asked you questions about Davian Murphy's credibility during these evaluations that you performed. You recall that?
Correct.
The psychoeducational evaluation that was conducted when Davian was 8 years old, do you believe that is false?
No.
Have any reason to believe that was made up?
No.
What about the ESE courses? You think that a school would place a child in special courses for no reason?
No.
What about the IEP program?
Objection. Objection. Speculation.
Just rephrase your question as to what?
Was
every year, the same way that he was given.
What's he from? They-
The same way that he was given the FCATs as a means to measure, assess, and place him in the most appropriate academic setting.
Do you know what goes or is involved in obtaining or getting a child in an IEP program at school?
It certainly requires special evaluation and assessment.
That's right.
And looking at the child in a more comprehensive manner.
And children aren't placed in these programs just willy-nilly, right?
Correct.
Overall, go ahead.
The fact that Davian Murphy remained in the fourth grade, you think that's false?
Outside of the scope of the cross.
Rephrase your question. Sonari. Timmy's got this, okay?
Y'all, what tripping me out is with the prosecutor is those kids that take no IEP has an IEP record from the elementary school to the high school. They have to be tested before, in the middle, and after each grade level in order to move on. What's the problem with the prosecutor understanding that? I don't understand. As Davian grows, his brain is going to change. His growth, his development. What's the problem with the prosecutor not? He can, if he old enough, he can fake his test. But why should he fake the test? Because he want to go, he don't want to be right there where he is, or he want to be moved to another facility. So the prosecutor trying to avoid him moving to another facility, because he think that he is capable to stay right there in the prison where he is now. I get what the prosecutor is trying to do.
Did you review Davian Murphy's school records?
Yes.
And did you find anything in there for you to believe that it was false?
Objection against speculation.
Overall, just did you find any? Go ahead, you can answer.
No.
The fact that he repeated the fourth grade, you think that was fabricated?
No.
That is sustained.
And the fact that he received a level 1 in reading in 4th, 5th, and 6th grade on the FCAT, you think that's true?
Correct.
This is all covered.
I understand, but based upon the cross, go ahead, you can answer.
And in your experience, how long have you been doing this again?
Over 40 years.
Well, in your 40 years, and you said 30 years in evaluating defendants, or
Correct.
how often in your career do you find defendants lying to the cops?
I'm going to sustain the objection. That's an improper question, Ms. Timmy.
Would that, hypothetically, if an individual lied to the cops, would that have any bearing on the evaluations and the opinions that you're offering for the jury today?
You can answer. Go ahead.
No.
Adaptive behavior and adaptive functioning. Would you believe, or would you say that the adaptive behavior that was described by the state regarding this entire offense would be equivalent to having survival skills on the street?
You mean, you need need to clarify. What do you mean by adaptive skills?
Right.
Yeah. Come on up.
What? Adaptive skill is adaptive behavior. What in the problem? What in the world? I don't think she know what to ask. It's nothing wrong with him, his ability, his skills to adapt to his life situation. On his own, he decided to do what he did to Julio Foolio. What's the problem? It don't have nothing to do with his adaptive behavior. It had nothing to do with his with him, his routine, everyday routine. Davian Murphy did what he wanted to do because he wanted to do it.
Do you recall the facts recited to you about how this offense occurred by the state?
Correct.
Question and direct. Does that change your opinions at all?
No.
The state addressed with you Davian Murphy's employment history. He had what, 8 months at one place, one job, 6 months at another, and 2 months at another job. Is that the extent of pretty much his employment history?
Correct.
Would you say that substance abuse goes hand in hand with having mental health issues?
Correct.
Why is that?
Individuals that abuse substances generally self-medicate. Their psychological state uh, is compromised. Feelings of depression, feelings of loneliness and anxiety that you all described. So it's very common, typical that an individual will use substances because they'll make them feel better. Of course, it's not controlled, but substances are like, in a certain sense, like taking medication or self-medication.
Self-medicate.
Correct.
And you met with Mr. Murphy, Davian Murphy, in person, right?
Correct.
Not by Zoom, right?
Correct.
And you met with him for over 20 hours, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. May this witness be excused? Okay, thank you, doctor. You're free to go. Okay, and I think we're going to be calling another witness out of order. So, Mr. Hernandez, on behalf of Rashad Murphy.
Your Honor, thank you on behalf of Rashad Murphy, Michael Collins.
Okay, very good. So let's let Dr. Wright get his stuff packed up, and then you can step up.
You did good, Davion. Controlling your behavior, adaptive behavior.
Is it okay to stay while other witnesses?
I don't have an objection. Does anyone object? Sure. Okay.
Mm-mm.
All right, come on up. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Very good. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and your occupation?
Michael Collins, licensed psychologist.
And are you a forensic neuropsychologist?
Yes, with specialty training, I'm allowed to practice in forensic and neuropsychology.
Okay. And if you could please tell the jury what exactly is a forensic neuropsychologist?
As a forensic neuropsychologist, I've met all the state requirements to function as a licensed clinical psychologist first and foremost, and then through education and training, I complete requirements to practice forensic psychology as well as neuropsychology. So it's really just additional training, specialized training on top of the standard training in clinical psychologist.
Dr. Collins, can you give us a brief history of your educational background?
Yes, I received a bachelor's degree from St. Cloud State University in psychology with a minor in biology. I obtained a PhD in clinical psychology with a specialization in neuropsychology from Nova Southeastern from here in Florida. And then I completed a neuropsychology internship at the North Broward Medical Center. And I completed neuropsychology postdoc requirements as well as forensic psychology postdoc requirements following my graduate school and formal internship training.
And what is your, tell us a little bit about your work history, experience that you've had, and how long have you been practicing as a licensed psychologist?
I've been practicing as a licensed psychologist since 2015. Since then, the majority of my work has been in clinical neuropsychology, conducting neuropsychological assessments for individuals with cognitive dysfunction, or doing working on forensic cases, competency, sanity, risk assessment, mitigation, and so on.
Have you previously testified as an expert in the field of clinical or forensic neuropsychology?
Yeah,
Approximately how many times?
I would say if you include trials and hearings, probably in the neighborhood of 100 times.
And were you asked to participate in this case by myself?
Yes,
Were you actually appointed by the court to testify? Can you tell the jury what it is that you were asked to do with respect to this case, and specifically with respect to the defendant, Rashad Murphy?
was asked to meet with the individual where he was in custody and complete a comprehensive psychological evaluation using both my skill in neuropsychology as well as my experience in forensic psychology.
Where you provided some records to familiarize yourself with the case.
Yes.
And the defendant, Mr. Murphy.
Yes, it was.
Can you summarize what documents you were provided?
There was several records from the Hillsborough County Jail. They were both medical records as well as some educational records from there, as well as an arrest record, and then just the appointment for me to join the case.
Were you made familiar generally about the facts of the case?
Yes.
And were you also given information about the defendant, Rashad Murphy, and his background?
Yes.
You said you met with, did you in fact meet with Mr. Murphy at the jail?
Yes, I met with him on 2 different occasions.
Okay. And approximately how many hours did you spend in the 2 occasions that you met with Mr. Murphy?
Each visit was about an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Now, is meeting with the defendant, is there more than one purpose? Is to talk to him, to find out if he's cooperative? Would that be one of the things that you would want to determine?
Yes, certainly. The individual's willingness to be forthcoming and cooperative with the evaluation is critical to any opinion that I can draw.
Now, in addition to just interviewing him, talking to him, were there certain tests that you felt necessary to conduct?
Yes, I conducted several different tests with him. I screened for his cognitive skills. I looked at his effort and the presence of possible and then I specifically looked at factors related to possible trauma.
Was Mr. Murphy cooperative with you?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned, and we can go back to it more specifically, but you mentioned one of the things would be to determine whether or not there was any malingering going on, correct?
Correct.
And did you find any evidence that he was in any way malingering?
No, my opinion that I took away after meeting with him was that he put forth his best effort, and any measures that I administered, he was able to pass, showing that there was no signs of poor effort on his behalf.
Now, if you could go a little into detail about the different tests that you conducted to give the jury an idea of what each test, what is the purpose of each test, and what your findings were.
Yes. There's really 3 different levels of the testing that I completed for this evaluation. One was really just basic cognitive screening to get some type of understanding of what his cognitive functioning would be, and if there would be any cognitive factors that would potentially be of interest for the case. He completed both a cognitive screening that looks at various cognitive domains, as well as a pre-morbid intellectual test. Both of those measures came back as average functioning, indicating his overall intellectual skills were in the average range, and there was no red flags with regards to any of the cognitive screening that I conducted. I also administered multiple measures of effort and malingering testing. Those are important just to ensure that the results that I'm getting during the evaluation can be indeed considered to be valid and reliable, and that his reporting to me can be considered to be accurate. And then specifically for this case, I conducted some measures in relation to his mental condition. In this case, it was post-traumatic stress disorder, and so I administered multiple checklists as well as conducted a comprehensive interview with the defendant in order to feel for how significant were there any
inconsistencies between what he told you and what the records reflect?
No inconsistencies that I was aware of.
Now, what did you find out about the background that he, the environment, the community that he grew up in?
His in that he was in an unstable household. His father was in his life for portions of his life. He had a good relationship with his mother, but his mother had substance abuse issues. She had a hard enough time managing her own well-being, taking care of herself, let alone trying to care for children. So his upbringing in his early years, I think, would be considered to be pretty turbulent. And at one point, I want to say around the age of 8, he enters into the foster system, where that goes on for a few years, and then, based on what he reports, what I'm aware of, he was exposed to several more traumatic and stressful situations while he was in the foster care system.
Before we get to that, what type of father figure did he have?
His father was in and out of his life. His father had his own issues, I think, particular to mental health. There was also some concerns about his mother with mental health and also substance abuse issues. But from the way it was described to me is that his father was in and out of his life, and that his father could be abusive at times in the household.
Abusive towards him and his mother?
Yes.
And at some point in time, did his mother have a remarried or had another significant other that became part of the household in which Mr. Murphy grew up in, the stepfather?
Yes, I'm aware that there was a stepfather that was part of his life growing up as well.
Was there also evidence of physical abuse during that relationship?
Yes, that I'm aware of.
Now, you mentioned foster home. Do you recall how old he was when he was actually placed in a foster home?
I believe it was him and his younger brother were both put into foster care. I believe that he was in school at the time that he was taken from the school, put into foster care. And then he was in that system for, like I said, multiple years. And he had described some of the families that he had lived with as being abusive towards him and his brother.
So even after he was taken out of his house, his family home, and placed into foster care, did you determine that he actually had faced additional physical abuse while in foster care?
Yes, physical as well as mental abuse.
You mentioned his mother, that he loved his mother. Were you able to determine if his mother had a drug addiction problem?
From what I understand, his mother had both mental issues, and it impacted her, being a mother and her ability to take care of her children.
Are you, from your records and from your interview, did you determine if Mr. Murphy had any male role model in his life?
He was close with his grandfather, and I know that as he got older and he was involved in sports, he had a good relationship with coaches through high school.
Are you familiar with gather information about the neighborhood, the community that he grew up in when he wasn't in foster care?
From what I understand, it was a pretty tough neighborhood with violence,
incident that happened in 2023 when he was shot at?
Yes, I'm aware.
Please tell the jury about that.
In 2023, I believe he was in a car and another vehicle or somebody came by and they shot at the vehicle, I want to say like several dozen times.
What did you, were you able to determine his relationship with his fiance, his relationship with his children, and his relationship with his siblings? Are you able to provide any information about that?
Based on what he told me, I should put the same woman for since high school. I want to say 15 or 16 years. They had, I want to say, 4 children together, and then that they were also helping take care of his younger brothers after his mother passed.
Are you familiar with other childhood friends, or some of his childhood friends that were actually killed?
Yes, he told me that.
And these are things that he experienced?
Yes.
You mentioned, I think you said PTSD or post-traumatic stress disorder. Please tell the jury what exactly that is.
Post-traumatic stress disorder is a mental condition that's diagnosed by psychologists like myself as well as psychiatrists. It is a mental disorder that is unique to other mental disorders in that for PTSD, there must be a known etiology. The known etiology is the stressful event that then perpetuates the symptoms after that. For PTSD, you need to experience the symptoms for a number of months, and it's considered to be a chronic condition in that it's not a condition that just goes away. It's like a disease. It's a condition that can act up and be severe, but then, through treatment, through medication, it can start to remit and it can settle down and stabilize some, but a lot of that is really just depends on the type of treatment that the individual engages in. So PTSD, it's a mental condition. The unique part of it is that there's an etiology. There may not necessarily be a known etiology to other mental health conditions, but for PTSD, we're able to identify an etiology or multiple.
Is that what you have died, or what is your diagnosis with respect to your to Rashad Murphy after reviewing records and conducting tests and interviews?
I diagnosed post-traumatic stress disorder.
Now, I think you've already said, is it something that can be cured?
I wouldn't say cured. It can be treated, and based on treatment, the symptoms can stabilize or they can remit. But you should really look at PTSD the way you look at any other type of disease, in that the disease state can have periods where it's more active and severe, and then with proper treatment, the condition can stabilize and become less severe.
If you suffer from PTSD, is it something that can affect your judgment making day-to-day decisions?
Yes, it could.
And along the same lines, does it limit your judgment with respect to decision making?
It could, yes.
And is it something that can limit insight into clinical conditions and legal problems?
Yes, it could.
Is there anything in your analysis, evaluation, that would indicate that Mr. Murphy, that this PTSD something that would go back to childhood and all the trauma that he's experienced.
So in this case, the first known events date way back into childhood. So those would be the first events that would, trigger the diagnosis. Now, as he's gotten older, he's been exposed to more incidents of deaths, more incidents of violence. Those would just be additional stressors on top of the origin of where the PTSD stems from.
Now, I would like to show you some exhibits and ask if you're familiar with them. I'm going to obviously take one at a time.
Okay, y'all. Again, psychological. After before testing the guys throughout high school and all the way now, their behavior has changed. Correct, right? Their behavior had to change in the process of murdering Foolio because it was premeditated. It's nothing wrong with their brain. They did what they wanted to do. But during the early years, age of those when they was kids, your brain grows. Some kids brain don't function, at an early stage, on time. It function later. So I don't know what this got to do with it's more like keeping them where they are and don't change them out the facility. That's what they're saying, that they can adapt to the people they're around now, allegedly.
I am seeking to admit Defense Composite Exhibit 1, Defense Composite Exhibit 2, and Defense Composite Exhibit 3.
Okay, admitted.
May I approach the witness?
Sure.
Doctor, I'm going to show you what is evidence.
Well, do you want to put it on the Elmo or?
Oh, well, I was just going to show it.
Well, it's been admitted, so you can go straight to publishing it.
Sir, if you could look at the screen, and this is defense exhibit number 1, and I'd ask if you could identify.
This is a high school diploma for Rashad Murphy.
That's great.
Related to that, part of the composite exhibit, do you recognize or having seen that before?
This is an official GED transcript.
And does this indicate or support what Mr. Rashad told you that he did complete his some classes to some inmates, Bible classes?
I'm not sure if I heard that before.
Also, were there also other parenting classes and things of that nature that you're aware that he, Mr. Murphy, completed?
Yes, I'm aware that he completed those while in
Would it
custody.
be so? In addition to religious Bible studies, things of that nature, you aware that he also has been active in taking a series of self-help classes while in custody?
Yes.
And this is defense exhibit number 3. Does that suggest 15 hours of parenting skills instruction?
Yes.
When I refer to self-help, would this be another one of those types of classes?
Yes, I believe so.
As well as this would be emotional regulation.
Yes.
And this one would be Alcoholics Anonymous for the general population.
Yes.
This activity that Mr. Murphy has participated in while in custody, would it suggest that he has taken as positive approach as he can when you are in custody?
I'm not sure in everything that he was offered, but it does show that he put forth effort to completing some of these educational requirements while he was there that he would see to be helpful.
Did you see any records whatsoever that he has been a problem while in custody?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you have any opinion as to whether if he spends the rest of his life, he's sentenced to life in prison, that he would be a troublemaker or otherwise, as opposed to a troublemaker, someone would be a positive influence to other inmates?
It's impossible for me to predict the future. Certainly, he would be encouraged to put forth the same effort in any correctional setting, to participate in their mental health services, to participate in any parenting programs, to participate in any religious programs. Those services that should be available that would be recommended for him to continue doing going forward.
Backing up a little bit, before he was incarcerated, did you determine, do you have an opinion or able to determine if he pursued lawful employment?
Yes, he had reported that he had worked with several different companies, one being a family-owned company, and I know that they were seeking out housing for him and his family prior to his arrest.
And any indication that I think at one point, did he also work for his grandfather's lawn service?
Yes, that was the family company.
Are you aware about him helping raise his younger siblings, including working jobs at a young age to provide some financial support for them?
Yes, I'm aware.
And are you aware of, or made inquiry and made a determination if he was in fact has been a good father to his children?
In terms of what's been reported to me, yes.
And are you aware, sir, that the defendant, Mr. Murphy, has no prior felony convictions?
Yes, I'm aware.
Now, maybe you've answered it, but I want to make it clear. The defendant's history of being raised in a violent environment and the abuse that you testified about, are all these consistent with childhood post-traumatic stress disorder?
Yes. As far as I know, these are events that occurred in childhood and persisted through adolescence and adulthood.
What type of treatment do you believe would benefit Mr. Murphy in his condition?
There's really a couple of different options. One being more the therapy option, which I would certainly recommend intensive individual therapy, trauma informed with a licensed practitioner that's well versed in treating PTSD and other severe anxiety and stress disorders. I would also suggest just a psychiatric consultation to meet with a psychiatrist to talk about what some of the possible effective medications that would be available for him.
Now, sir, in addition to your diagnosis that you've already provided to the jury, in reviewing records, did you determine that this diagnosis of PTSD was already diagnosed by the Hillsborough County Jail?
Yes, I'm aware.
When arrested, are you aware that at that time that he was arrested, he was raising 6 children
Yes.
and actually was working, receiving, or with the help of food stamps, basically trying to financially support 6 children plus his fiance?
Yes.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Cross-examination.
Good morning. Good morning.
Doctor, you are just to clear this up a little. You're not a medical doctor, correct?
That's correct.
Not a psychiatrist.
That's correct.
Okay, so in fact, one of the things you're recommending for the defendant is that he have a psychiatric consultation for evaluation for potential medical treatment.
Yes.
Which would include
Vaughn, the #1 rated business travel platform, lets your team book work travel in one place. Flights, hotels, cars, while staying within budget and earning professional rewards. Right now, they could be giving you $500 in Devon rewards for onboarding your company. Finance teams love it too. Real spend tracking, automatic approvals, rewards. Devon just handles the report work. Takes them.
Is this the episode with the breakup? Primo, we can't agree on the house. You can find the one today. This could be it. Better put a key ring on it.
yes, which would include medications.
That would be up to the
Potentially.
potentially.
So yes, Hillsborough County Representative Council asked. He actually go to the Hillsborough County Jail records
shown that they had previously treated it for anxiety and depression.
So, and that could be a result or causative effect.
There's many big symptoms between PTSD and general anxiety disorder, or depressive disorder. A lot of the symptoms do.
Now, you would agree with me that depression is not uncommon in incarceration, jail, trial, or
Certainly, situational depression or adjustment disorders would be common for individuals that are, maybe in custody. They have pending legal situations and whatnot.
right. So that's a common diagnosis in jail setting, like Hillsborough County Jail or Broward County Jail for Monroe County.
Yes, you're going to those conditions treated, those things.
Right. That's something not uncommon and not unexpected for someone in Mr. Murphy's shoes who was facing trial on a capital murder case.
That's correct.
In fact, Mr. Murphy told you in the report, reported, and I'm looking at page 10, reported Dr. Second to last paragraph. In regards to his medical issues, he reported he was healthy with no serious health problems. He reported his primary stress now is addiction. Right. Right. And he reported to you that he has suffered from anxiety and depression. He's now in the jail taking medication for depression and anxiety while in the jail. Okay. And just to add on to that, anxiety is also not uncommon to face for people who are incarcerated in jail settings.
In general, depression and anxiety are the most common mental health diagnoses, not just in correctional settings, but just in the general population.
In your testing of Mr. Murphy Shiver pre-mortem intelligence, cognitive status, is that he's functioning in that way.
That's correct.
Mr. Murphy also reported that prior to his arrest, this is what you have in the report, I'm sorry, like page 23 or something, that he was fully independent when he was out in the community. He indicated he could support himself. Right. He could support his family independently. That's what he did. Right. He indicated here, from what you learned in this case, he was a very good athlete.
That's what he told me, yes.
He excelled in football, I believe.
Yes.
And in fact, he had dropped out of school in the 10th grade because he wasn't allowed to play football.
Right.
And then he was able, here in the Hillsborough County, high school.
Yes.
As far as his work as an adult, he indicated he his work for his grandfather's business, a family-owned business, doing construction. Plumbing, and I believe some lawn services. Yes. And he also reported to you that he worked for Amazon.
don't miss.
You did a diagnostic, administered the pre-morbid intelligence test, the word choice effort test, the reliable vision span test, and then a brief cognitive status examination. Is that right?
Yes.
You also administered the Miller Forensic Assessment of Symptoms test.
Yes.
Went through a life events checklist with him.
Yes.
And then you did a PTSD checklist 5.
Yes.
Now, is that going through the 5 diagnostic criteria?
Yes.
Okay. How many diagnostic criteria are there in the DSM-5 TR?
The one that I have here is the DSM-5.
That's fine.
Yeah, there's several different criteria. There's a criteria A, a criteria B, C, D, E, F, and H.
How many of the criteria are finding in this case?
So for each criteria, or excuse me, for each area, there's a certain number of criteria that are met. So for example, with criteria A, exposure to actual or threatened death, serious injury, sexual violence, experienced episodes of life-threatening violence in his lifetime, dating back to childhood as well as some episodes of adulthood.
How many criteria are underneath that sub?
You don't necessarily need to have four of them, but there's 4 different directly experienced learning about traumatic events, and then experiencing or extreme exposure to the adverse details of a traumatic event.
So, are you familiar with the diagnostic criteria?
The previous, yeah, I just want to note that there's significant changes.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask about. That learning about that
yes, this is something that was added when they got together, when the authors of the DSM-5 got together. They made some, I guess we could say, tweaks to the previous diagnostic criteria for PTSD.
a lot of those criteria that existed in the DSM-4 prior editions, but the DSM-5 label that one learning about trauma, someone telling someone that it's trauma combat or something like that is sufficient to cause it. That is an expansion of that was.
Right, it's a change from 4 to 5.
And then go into, I guess,
Right, B is the presence of one or more of the following intrusive symptoms of PTSD. It can be recurrent and involuntary or intrusive or distressing memories, recurrent distressing dreams, dissociative reactions, intense or prolonged distress and exposure, and then marked physiological reactions.
do you find any of those to exist?
Yes, for in this case, nightmares, insomnia, those are both important to me. No presence of dissociative reactions, but certainly one to the distressing memories as well as nightmares.
So the disassociated reactions, what would that be?
So that is a dissociative reaction is when somebody may create like kind of like a fantasy type setting that they use to distract themselves from the reality of what their stressful situation is in the moment. So people talk about dissociation. It's a way that they cope with extreme stress in the moment as opposed to facing it. They dissociate.
What is the next two, I guess?
The next one is persistent avoidance from stimuli associated with the traumatic events, and then negative alternations and cognition syndrome. Yes, I did.
Now, providing some records, you were providing educational records, medical records for Hillsborough County Jail staff, correct?
Correct.
And we saw some of that here. We saw the diploma where he was able to get his high school diploma while in jail.
Yes.
Did you receive any records related to his time, the 3 years he spent in foster care? You got the Department of Children and Families or the old HRS?
I don't think so.
So would it be fair to say that your diagnosis of traumatic events being, would you call it etiology? Etiology, which would be the events that are really what causes subsequent PTSD. Is that right? Am I understanding that correctly?
I'm not sure if I understand your question.
So the events that occurred or he experienced or saw, witnessed while he was in foster care, which are it's those events that are now causing his symptoms of PTSD.
I would say that would be the initial onset.
That's how you would do that.
Yeah.
Okay. So the existence of the causing an initial onset, that would be, if I'm understanding you correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, solely based on his self-reporting, correct?
Yes, initially his self-reporting. I have since reviewed a mitigation report as well.
Okay. Now that's a mitigation report prepared by someone who is employed by Mr. Hernandez.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams, yes. And did she summarize in there anything that you relied upon, or?
Not necessarily that I relied upon, but I did review it. It was consistent with what I had gathered during my assessment.
Are these statements being made by, is it statements being made by someone else?
Family members.
You yourself, you didn't interview with those family members?
No.
So now you administered several measures of tests or skills that test for effort.
Yes.
Did you measure or test for the lingering as far as your mental status exam or your first of all, start with your diagnostic?
The diagnostic interview is really just based on my interview with him as well as substantiation from any of the records.
And that's what he's reporting to you as the historian of what occurred when Saul was.
Correct.
Is that right? So you're relying upon his credibility, his reliability as a historian for that information. That be accurate?
Yes, anytime I conduct a clinical interview, I'm relying on the individual that's giving me that information.
Now, Mr. Hernandez asked if you had some limited information from the underlying crimes of this case. This case, and the investigation of this case. I see on the report you have an indictment So you know what the charges were against the defendant, correct?
Yes.
And are you now aware of what this jury is convicting him of?
Yes.
And other than convicting him of attempted second-degree murder on those two attempted murder counts, everything else would be the same, and you're aware of exactly what he is now convicted of.
Yes.
Okay. So make sure. Other than the indictment, are you aware of any of the underlying facts?
Only what's been provided to me.
Have you seen, has it been provided to you, the videos that the actual murder itself?
No.
The videos or images that depict the defendant's appearance during the time of the murder?
No.
Are you aware of the very violent nature of the murder and how the murder occurred?
To some degree, I'm aware.
Were you aware of the fact that the defendant and his co-defendants transported multiple weapons to crime scene and fired multiple weapons simultaneously during this event?
I don't think I was aware of that.
Are you aware of the fact that the defendant was firing a fully automatic weapon?
No, I was not aware.
And it was being fired in fully automatic mode, rapid fire?
No.
Okay. Were you aware of the fact that these co-defendants just feet away from him shooting your devices at a fairly high automatic signal?
No.
You would agree with me.
For new objects, the browser that puts you
I'm gonna stop right here and take me a break, and I'm gonna come back. That it kind of dragging a little bit. So I'll make another half part, day 3. Okay, what I do is upload day 3. I really wanted to do day 3 with y'all, but let me see where I'm at now. They still in the same spot. So what I do, I come in and upload. I'll probably upload y'all day 3, the other part. Okay. Yeah, thank you for watching, honey. These folks don't put me in that side late, y'all. Goodness gracious. I want to finish it out. Y'all. I think I'm gonna finish it out. I'm gonna go ahead on. Just try to go down and make some coffee or something. Let me see. Hold on, y'all. Let me see what's going on. Right. I might just go. I'm not gonna make that here. I'm going to go ahead on and try to do it. Finish on out, y'all. But this. Turning prosecutor is checking this thing and he dragging me along with them. Okay, I didn't have that much to go. Come on, y'all. So we good. Oh Lord, I can't. Look at another psychologist. Jesus. Hold on, y'all. Talking about the boy brain. Hold on. Let me see. Let's go right here. And they trying to talk about the boy brain. Let's go right here and then let's finish it out, y'all. Let me just go down and get me some water. Good, jeez. Sorry about that, y'all. You heard me.
And you said that this image indicated to you that all these slides, including this one, slide 5, global brain damage.
right. Parts of the lateral portions of his frontal lobe appear to be okay or better than other parts. Whereas the rest of the joint parts were well.
Where, can you show us where that is?
On
Brain?
where it works well? Where it works well? Go back a couple slides.
That's slide 3.
relative, meaning that the cortex should be of relative similar values because it's all cell bodies of neurons that use sugar, and they all use it relatively equally.
Okay, so there would be, so it would be underdose.
Underdose, it all still look the same. It just be all yellow
Right.
or all green. The fact that there's some red in there means that no, that's not the case. His brain simply didn't process the sugar.
It would have been uniform throughout.
Yes, uniform along the cortex. You still would have blue.
Okay, where's the cortex at?
Everything is not blue.
Is that what we think of as the brain?
Cortex is going to be the surface of your brain. It's what we call gray matter versus white matter.
What's the difference?
Gray matter, well, on pathology, it's gray on pathology. White matter has got violet in it, so it's white. Cortex involves cell bodies of the neurons. White matter contains white myelinated axons.
I go to slide 6.
Yes.
Two different images there. What are we looking at?
I'm just pointing out that this loss of metabolism is pervasive throughout the brain.
This loss of what I see.
Metabolism. Loss of metabolism is throughout the brain. It's not just frontal lobe and back.
Pull that next microphone.
That whole brain is impaired.
What?
All right, and this is slide 7. What do we see here?
What we're looking at here is a coronal image.
Impaired.
Gotta chop it through this way. And what I'm looking at here is the cingulate anterior cingulate gyrus.
What is that?
The anterior cingulate gyrus is part of your cingulate, it's part of your limbic system. The limbic system is your emotional system. But it's deeply positioned in the frontal lobe to do with behavior arising out of emotion. People with impaired anterior cingulates tend not to act on their emotions because they have no stop sight.
I missed that last part. They act on their emotions because of.
They act on emotions because they have no stop sign in their brain. Nothing to tell them don't do that.
Anything else on these 2 slides?
Other than this little red here and everything else.
Let's go to slide 8. What are we looking at here?
Just more of the same, but the cingulate gyrus still being here. And the rest of it is
So essentially, it's not firing or connecting.
it's not
deleting. Ask your question again. What does that mean?
it means it's not metabolizing sugar, which means it's not a whole lot of axon or not a whole lot of cell bodies using sugar, which means it's not working very well.
And what about that top right image? Was that the next slide? That's the next slide. Slide 9.
Why are they discussing this young
Now we
man
talked a lot about frontal lobe.
personal thing with us?
Now we're talking about temporal lobe.
What's that? Where on the brain is that?
Temporal lobe. Is this part right here? This is temporal lobe. Or this. That's temporal lobe.
And you have I'm sorry, do you have one of those on each side of our brains?
Yes. I have two temporal lobes.
Don't y'all wondering why they are sugarcoating this quad murder trial with these suspects? Why are they doing this? Why are we going through this? Showing this man personal MRI. What mean? Why are we going through this?
That they're not functioning very well.
What if anything does that cause when those two lobes are not functioning well?
If your couple of those do not function well, it usually means that you don't process emotion very well. And you find that you cannot process emotion very well with that interesting that I was talking about, when you get a top sign for bad emotion, that usually leads to people doing things on emotion that is not usually good.
When you're doing something dysfunctional by going down the road to murder somebody and get in position, your brain gonna be all over the world. Sorry about that, y'all.
All right, slide 10. What is that? Same thing? Just deeper into the brain?
Slide 10 shows me that right there is almost blue. See, that's supposed to be cortex.
It's supposed to be brain.
Or supposed to be cortex, not that's axon, it's cortex.
Which means what?
That it is barely eating any sugar and barely working at all.
And if that part is not working at all, what does that equate to?
Emotional regulation.
All right, slide 11. It looks like we have PET scan and then an MRI to the brain.
CAT scan.
PET scan. Okay.
Over here, what's that up here? Every time I go to the CAT scan, you can see that right over here. There's cortex over there.
So what does that mean?
It doesn't work.
So those two slides correlate to one another.
Sustained as bleeding.
How do those? Why do you put those images on this?
Because it's the same section showing you that the brain there, it just doesn't work. And this is a coronal view of the same
Slide
thing.
12. Sorry. What?
This is a coronal view. You just slice this way. But showing that blue right there.
Right where?
Where I'm going.
I know what. Okay.
It's the same image I was showing before, just a different view of it. To show that this is not just optic delusional. This is real. This is a visible function in that temple.
All right. Slide 13. What are we looking at?
All right, now this is MRI and ETI.
And what, if anything, do we see on this slide?
Well, let me try to explain what this is. This is a representation of diffusion or tensor imaging. What the sequence on the left indicates is intact water flow. When there's a gyrus or a sulcus where the brain has involution, has
Sure. What's on the?
I don't think anyone can see this. says they're raised are called gyruses. And the areas that are lower are called sulcuses or sulci. It's actually gyrides the blood circulation. All right.
Next slide.
Hard to see. I don't know if your screen's what I but this most of are supposed to be there because the brain has natural crevices to navigate that whole flow over areas of space. So it's create a hole illusion. But right here, right there, there's nothing. There's no soul side. That's the soul of the brain. No the frontal lobe. That's the frontal lobe that has our soul damage.
It's just called a hole. Are you saying that there's a hole in the brain, or you're saying
There's a disruption of the axonal flow.
which produces a hole
Blood damage, yes.
okay, in the frontal lobe?
It's the left frontal lobe. Left frontal lobe, yes.
Why is that significant?
Well, part of it is one of his frontal lobes is showing an abnormal on the DTI. Then you have two frontal lobes. Typically, you need both frontal lobes to be impaired to be really impaired.
So, in other words, what these people is trying to say, because they really kind of procrastinating this area for some reason. Yeah. This is he's already diagnosed with something like this, whatever they trying to say, a behavior problem or whatever. Okay. And we know that can't be something where he had to be medicated or not medicated. I don't know. If you have to diagnose this young man, it's a lot of guys in prison who need have to be, need medicine and stuff to control their behavior. So what's the problem? Why we here? Why we procrastinate? Why we wasting airtime? Why are they doing this? To say what? This didn't stop him from having fun, having a girlfriend, making a plan, nothing like that. It's nothing. I mean, I'm gonna try to skip a little bit more, y'all. Because I really don't shit this part, especially with the prosecutor. Listen.
Well, no, I was retained in first week of March.
All right. And would you work on behalf of the state if they asked you?
What's the legal basis? Overall, go ahead. You can answer.
I never went to the state because they never asked me.
And if you were provided your opinion today?
No, it would allow me to see what he did, explain his behavior based on what I see. But since I don't know what he did, all I can explain is predictive behavior and limitations.
Fair enough.
Okay, I see that.
boy, y'all getting paid, boy. Woo-wee.
Okay, as to defendant Davian Murphy. Okay, very good. Any objection? Okay, may this witness be excused? Okay, thank you. You're free to go. Miss Jimmy, come up here real quick. And Mr. Harmon.
Listen to the look. Dave Young want to know what they saying about him. Dave Young put the microphone on that. They put their earpiece on him. And hear what y'all saying. I don't blame you.
Okay, very good. And what is the name of your next witness? Miss Jimmy? Okay, and you also have direct, so how that's going to work is Miss Jimmy will do her direct of the witness, then you will do your direct of the witness, Mr. Hernandez, then the state will cross. And then you guys will do your redirect.
Yes, Your Honor, I do have one matter that I want to address the court on.
Yep.
Oh, and also, if you would read the
I will.
I have been advised. I have lost a witness, but gained a witness.
I see you've got two more witnesses via Zoom, Hazel Dickerson and Jamila Murphy.
Yes, Your Honor. Jamila Murphy has been previously listed as a witness. We had also a Shaheen Murphy that was listed, but apparently we lost her. On the other hand, my mitigation specialist has advised me that an aunt now has not wanted to testify, now wants to testify, and she's on Zoom. Her name is Hazel Dickerson. Will be testifying about the same things, nothing new, just simply an aunt's perspective on what she knows about Mr. Rashad Murphy. I'm asking that we be allowed to call her, but I acknowledge the fact that we were not able to get her on board before, and she was not proposed.
Okay. Well, the state obviously needs to talk to her before you call her. So, one thing where I do know that it did take demolition and I knew it was listed, but I thought it was not was. Is that correct?
I was still trying it up.
I don't have a recollection at this point. I know I had listed her, took her off the list, but again, it's
so here's the deal. You guys have to sort all that out, and so at the end of the day, I'm going to let the state talk to both of them via Zoom, and then if there's a problem, you let me know. Otherwise, you're going to have to tomorrow morning appear via Zoom. Okay. Okay. All right. So if anyone needs to use the restroom, it's probably a good time. So okay.
Ooh, Lord, have mercy. They want to make sure they don't have to come back to this case right here, boy. Woo-wee. All right, y'all. They back right here. We almost finished y'all for today.
And Miss Jimmy, call your next witness. And I believe this witness is also being called by Rashad Murphy. Okay, so both Mr. Hernandez and Miss Jimmy will question this witness, and then the state will do the cross at that time. Okay, you may proceed. Oh, and Ms. Murphy, please stand up, raise your right hand. Okay, very good. You may proceed.
Another inmate.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Winston Leo Murphy, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Cross the second degree murder.
What? Wait a minute. Hold up. So this is a pattern? So this is a pattern. Is this a pattern? Nephew incarcerated for murder. Now the uncle incarcerated for murder. The girlfriend, I don't know what she in there for, and 4 children. This ain't looking good. Allegedly.
Davian Murphy,
Yes, I am, ma'am.
who is he to you?
That's my older brother's son, which is my nephew.
So you're his uncle.
Yes.
Did you grow up with Davion's father?
Yes.
What's his father's name?
David Murphy.
And where is he currently?
He's currently incarcerated.
For what?
Cross the second degree murder.
What? Did y'all hear this? Murder plus murder equals what? Murder. This is dysfunctional, y'all. These young boys don't know what to do but murder. Your dad locked up for murder. Your uncle locked up for murder. Your cousin locked up for murder. Come on. Jeez, who's gonna break this cycle here? Oh, wow, this is crazy.
His sentence.
I think life plus 30.
What?
Do you recall the year that he was sentenced, do you know?
I think around about 2014.
And what about yourself? What sentence did you receive?
50 years and 20 with a mandatory minimum.
And when did your case resolve?
2012.
And was that, were you and Davion's father involved in the same event?
Yes, ma'am.
And how old were you when that happened?
26.
And how old was Davion's father when this happened?
It's about 29.
You see that, yeah? It's a pattern. He got it from his daddy. I remember Tana used to say that you got it from your mama, but he got it from his daddy. Your son locked up, incarcerated. Come on now. This is so sad.
Have other brothers or sisters?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How many and what are their names?
Jamila Murphy is my sister, and Farrar Murphy is my middle brother, and Rashard Murphy, which is my nephew, Lil Rashard, oldest brother. Is, I think at the time, he's like 49. My sister's like 40, 47, and my other middle brother, Farrar Murphy, I think like 46.
How many in total siblings do you have?
I have 4 in all.
I want to talk to you a little bit about David Murphy Sr., your older brother. Was he, to your knowledge, diagnosed with schizophrenia?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us or give us some examples of the things that you would deal with on a daily or weekly basis as a result of him being diagnosed with schizophrenia?
He was in and out of mental hospitals mostly all my life.
Wow.
Is there any event that you could share with us to let us know how it would be with dealing with someone with schizophrenia, living with someone with schizophrenia?
If you don't understand him,
That sound like bipolar.
Do you know if this diagnosis is something that kind of runs on the fraternal side of the family?
Possibly can. I can't really say.
Do you know of any other family members on the paternal side that suffer from that diagnosis?
My children, I have 3 children that diagnosed with mental problems, but at this moment, I can't recall one, but I have 3 children that are.
How old are they? How old?
Temple.
My oldest is 18 and 16, and I think 15, no, it's 21, which is my oldest son, and my daughter 18, and my son 17.
So I mean, okay, so this a pattern. And my thing is, what are y'all doing to get the? That's because they older now. What are y'all doing to help them stay well? I know they grown, they on their own and stuff like that, but I wonder, are they taking? Do they have to take medicine to control their life? What are they doing? Cause if they don't, allegedly they're gonna make trip, just like Davian did. This circumstance stand true. Circumstance is kind of. I don't know. I don't know. Allegedly, y'all.
Suffer with mental abilities.
And who takes care of them?
Right.
My fiance.
Do you recall a time? Strike that. Let me ask you. Davion's father, was he also an alcoholic?
He drunk at times. He's alcoholic. He did drink.
Drink to excess? Often. How did that affect how he acted when he would consume alcohol?
What effect?
Did you have the opportunity to observe your brother David taking care of or spending time with Davion and his younger brother?
At times, yes.
Can you tell us about that?
You know, Davion. I'm looking at his behavior. I don't think he's fond of this uncle right here, y'all. I don't think he really care about this uncle right here because his vibe ain't like his vibe. Like, well, he the only one I got the hell to put on the stand. I ain't got nobody else. You know what I mean? Oh wow.
David, the father, is not together. So, David had his own place. But he took him to events, like a father would. I can't say out of my presence what happened, but he took him to events. He saw time.
When Davion would visit with his father,
Shit.
did you have any concerns about where he was residing? Would bring them together?
Serena, which is Davion's mother, is a wonderful woman. A wonderful mother.
Is there a time where he
I mean, my brother, I was concerned. It all depends on, like you say, what you got to what his state of mind, I would be concerned. But with Serena's a great mother.
Okay, well, focus kind of on Davion's father. Was there a time where Davion and his brother were not getting along with his mother's or husband or what have you? And she kicked him out of the house. Remember that? Do you remember when Davion remember any time where his mother kicked him out of the house?
No, ma'am, not that I can recall.
No? Okay. Did you have concerns about where the father would bring his nephew in the parts of the community that he would bring his nephew for their safety and things like that?
Yes, I mean, I would. I was,
Why is that?
state of mind again.
What do you mean by that?
What you cautioned on earlier was mental abilities.
What about the places that he was staying? Like, were they in Section 8 violent community?
I mean, raised him in a home. His father was in his apartment. So this is a different way to choose.
I want to focus on the apartments. Tell us about the kind of apartments, why you were so concerned about your nephew, Davian. I know this is hard for you. I do appreciate that, and I understand that.
Apartments is real not private. My home is private. So my brother's state of mind in some certain areas, certain apartments, I would be concerned about my nephew. I say that because the apartment is private. It's not a private house, it's private. But my brother's state of mind, with him, it would be upset.
And was it part of your concern because of the violence, what he was saying?
Possible.
What about Adam Gooden Jr.? Who is he to you?
That is Serena's son, which would be my step nephew.
Did you have any involvement in his life?
He was at my mom's house every time Davian got knocked up. So he was pretty much like my nephew. He is my nephew.
So
No, he's not my biological, but he's my nephew.
So when Serena, which is Davian's mother, would drop Davian and Adam off to be cared for by your mother, yes?
Yes,
And your mother's name is what?
Phyllis Murphy. God bless him.
And what was the reason that they were being dropped off to be cared for by your mother?
That's just what the family do. Family, unity, stay together, make family events every weekend, faithful.
Where did you grow up?
East side of Jacksonville, Iona Street, 1623 Iona Street, east side of Jacksonville.
And what about Davian Murphy?
She over the years, I would say like the west side, west, north, and south. Over the years.
And would his father bring him to the east side?
Well, most of his mother.
His mother would bring him to the east side?
Yes, Serena. He lived with Serena.
All right, y'all. Snap out of it, Davian. Snap out of it, baby. Look at Davian.
Recognize that photograph? Is that Davian as well? And what about 1C?
So cute.
Adam is his younger brother. This is 1D. Is that Davian? Baby? What about this picture? 1E. Is this one Davian? David's the younger one? And then this one is kind of hard to see, but 1F. What about this? 1G. 1H. Davian. And this is who? Adam.
Look at Davian. Day.
And then what about this 1J? And 1K? Grown up now, huh? Haven't seen those in a long time, huh? I can I'll pass away this judge. And Fernandez, your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. I'm going to be asking you some questions regarding Rashad Murphy. Okay. What is your relationship to Rashad Murphy? And is he the gentleman that's sitting, I don't know if you can see over the screen, sitting next to me?
Yes, sir.
And you're his uncle, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're, would it be correct to say you're his paternal uncle, the brother of David Murphy, correct?
Yes.
Now, have you known Rashad since pretty much birth?
Yes, sir.
Describe to the jury the childhood, the environment that he was raised in.
My father got a master's degree in psychology. He took his criminal justice course. He served.
Who is this, your
This is Leroy Murphy, which is my father, which is
Okay.
his grandfather. And we grew up on the east side of Jacksonville, in a home on Iona Street. Really was raised, play sports, complete school.
Excuse me.
Let me ask you about Rashad's father. Was he a positive or a negative influence in his life?
He was in and out of prison most times. My father,
I'm talking about Rashad's father.
yes,
Okay.
he was in and out of prison most times. But he didn't raise Rashad. He was in and out of prison most of his life.
Would it be correct to say that he was in many ways an absent father?
Yes.
Are you aware of any abuse that he gave to either Rashad or Rashad's mother, his wife?
He would phrase that.
Are you aware of him being abusive, the father of Rashad being abusive?
Oh, no, sir.
You don't know that?
No, sir, I do.
Oh, you do know that. Tell the jury about that. What about Rashad's mother? Was she a? Did she have an addiction to drugs?
At some point in his life, she had not all his life.
Okay. Are you have any knowledge of her being a crack addict and eventually living on the streets?
She always had a place to stay, but she built it. And partially not all his life, but most of it, she was on drugs. Not all his life.
Would it be accurate to say that you have referred to Rashad's father as dead weight?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what kind of neighborhood did Rashad grow up in? Was it a neighborhood that there was gun violence?
Not right out of the house, but surrounding the area.
Okay. And what are you aware of? Are you aware of his relationship with Charmaine Stever and his children?
Distance, yeah, but not like watching it hands on. I've been going. I've been in prison.
You've been in prison for different times, correct?
Yes.
Did you try to help be somewhat of a father figure to Rashad when you were not in custody?
Always have.
But when you've been incarcerated for a long period of time, correct?
Yes.
And on more than one occasion.
First time.
Okay. When were you sent to prison?
2012.
Okay, so that would have been 14 years ago, correct?
Like 17.
Okay. When after you were incarcerated, was there any other male influence other than his grandfather?
Yes.
Okay. Who other than his grandfather?
I got a brother, very financially set. My father, and I got cousins like brothers, close family. Yeah, at least nine to 8 strong African American family members.
Okay. Would you describe, maybe I worded it in a way, because you said the surrounding areas, would you describe the area or the neighborhood that Rashad grew up in as a fairly high crime area?
It'd be hard to say the whole. Partially the whole east side of Jacksonville. We can describe it as bad. Not out the down at home.
Tell the jury about what you know about Rashad. What kind of person is he?
Great kid. Great.
Did you see him as a father and a husband?
Yes.
What about how was he with his children?
Great. He even had custody of his brother and sister. Made me proud.
In addition, are you aware that there was a point in time that in addition to his own children, he was taking care of his siblings?
Yes.
What about what knowledge, if anything, do you have about his time, Rashad's time in a foster home? Do you remember that he was placed in a foster home?
I can't recall that.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Prosecution, Tony.
Mr. Murphy, I'm going to ask you about Davian Murphy first, okay? And I know that Miss Toomey, she asked you about Davian Murphy's father, David Murphy, and you said that you had known that he was diagnosed with schizophrenia and he had been in and out of mental hospitals. Is that correct? And you had testified that you were sometimes concerned when Davian would be with his father and go into certain apartments. Is that correct?
I mean, he's living about
Where he was living. But you said that even though you had concerns, you were not able to give the defense attorney or the jury one incident that you had recalled that had happened when Davian was with his father. Is that correct?
not that I recall. I'm not saying it's never happened, but not that I can recall that.
Not that you can recall. She was just asking you if you've ever been concerned, and you said that in general you did have some concerns, correct?
It just wasn't how I was always raised in a home, and Davion, mother, raised him in a home.
And I'm going to ask you that next. Davion's mother, Serena, she was a wonderful mother. Is that correct? And she is the parent that had primary custody of him when he was living with her. Is that also correct, sir? And when you said that Davion was with your parents, his grandparents, your mother and your father, that was a wonderful home, wasn't it, sir?
Yes.
And I think that you described in your deposition, although it may not have been the best environment, it absolutely was a great home to be raised in. Is that true, sir?
My father's in the military.
Yes. You said that he was in the military, always hardworking, and had a very structured environment for his kids and his grandkids. Is that true, sir?
Yes.
And you described your experience growing up and Davion and your nephew, Rashad, when they were in that home, that they also had a loving, supportive home with their grandparents. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes.
And even though it may not have been the best environment and surrounding area, they could not have asked for a better upbringing. Is that true, sir?
I mean, yeah, they could have, but it was a struggle. I mean, but no rich, but
I understand that, sir, but I think what you described is when you're talking about the way that they were raised and loved by your parents. Is that true?
yes, yes.
Now I want to ask you a few questions about Rashad Murphy, your nephew. Again, same situation. Whenever Rashad Murphy was living with your parents, his grandparents, again, he had a loving and supportive grandfather. Is that true, sir?
Yes.
Loving, supportive grandmother.
Yes.
And even though you may not have been in the home all the times that Rashad Murphy was there, from your recollection, he did well in sports, football in particular. Isn't that true? And so I asked you also about his grades. You said that he also did very well in school. Is that true?
Yes.
He continued to play football in high school. Is that true, sir?
Yes.
And part of that, he would have to keep up his grades in order to
Right.
do that. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes.
So you knew enough about his schooling to know that he did that.
Yes.
You also said it wasn't just football. There was a time when he also was doing boxing.
Yes. We was young, yes.
So his parents or your grandparents made sure that he had activities and was able to do that. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes.
And in fact, you just went through some wonderful pictures that were taken during that childhood. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes, that was Davion, right?
Oh, I apologize. It was Davion. Thank you for correcting me. But same could be said for Rashad. He was able to do those activities and had that normal type of activities in the home with your grandparents. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes.
Celebration of birthday parties, stuff like that.
Yes.
And you described him that he was a great kid growing up. Is that true?
Yes.
And you don't have any recollection or any knowledge about what his time was like in foster care. Is that true, sir?
I wouldn't recall.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
And Sir, when asked specifically about any sort of abuse to Rashad by his father, you said that there was no abuse as far as you knew. Is that correct?
Not that I recall.
And it sounds like, from what you've testified with regards to Rashad and both Davian Murphy, that with regards to your family, your parents, your mother, your dad, your grandparents, and all of your other family, that you were a very close-knit family. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when needed, they would step in and assist with the raising of all their grandchildren if that was needed. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes.
And you have described, when you were talking about Davian Murphy's mother, that she was a great parent and was there for Davian. Is that true, sir?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
How y'all children get messed up?
You were transported from prison to be here, right?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
And you don't want to.
I mean, for my nephew, yeah, but if you don't know,
You don't know. You'd rather not.
for my nephew, I'll do anything. I love him. All his father is righteous.
All right. Let me ask you about some of the questions that the prosecutors asked you. Isn't it true that as part of your growing up, individuals do not want to come to court and testify? Your Honor, do you keep in contact with any of your family members?
My father did die, so it ain't the same without him. Yeah, but no.
I'm sorry to hear that. But you keep in contact with your children?
Yes.
And I think you said your fiance.
Baby mother.
Before you said she's your fiance, so she's not your fiance?
Baby mother.
How many of those do you have? One?
Two different.
Would you agree with me that there is fear of retaliation for testifying?
I'm going to sustain objection.
Has anyone told you not to testify here today?
No.
No? Sure?
Okay, listen, he said no.
I didn't hear the last one. You said no?
No, ma'am.
No.
What's going on?
All right, Judge. Let him talk.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Murphy, there was a time, obviously, that your mother passed, correct?
Yes.
Rashad's grandmother.
Yes.
Would you agree that the family started falling apart pretty much after that?
Yes.
You have a nephew named Gerard Adams, correct?
Yes.
And he passed, correct?
Yes.
Did that also have a very negative influence on your family? And he is your nephew, or was your nephew.
Nephew, like a son. He's my nephew.
Now, again, you, correct me if I'm wrong, I think your testimony is that you have been in custody since 2012.
Yes.
So anything that has happened in Rashad's life would have happened, that happened after 2012, you would have no knowledge, correct?
It all depends. You know, I talk to him all the time through the phone.
And even if you did not see a certain, you were not with, correct me if I'm wrong, were you living with Rashad during the time that his father was present? Or were you living in different homes?
No, I mean, my father stayed with, my mother stayed with, which is Rashad's father. He stayed with my mother and my father.
Were you living in the house at that time?
And kind of in and off.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, very good. And, all right, I'm going to have you all step in real quickly. We need to get another witness on stand.
All right.
Okay. Let's see what they about to do next. Okay. What's going on here? I'm skipping a little bit, y'all.
And would your mother often work at night?
Yes.
What about the stability of where you guys were living? Did you move often, or were you stable, or what?
Always moving.
Why is that?
I really never wonder why. I really never understood why.
Did you ever, and you still don't understand why?
You know.
Did your mother eventually marry someone else?
Yes, I have a stepfather.
What's his name?
Juwan.
Did you get along with him?
Yes.
Was there a point in time when you and Davian did not get along with him?
There was a point in time, yes, ma'am.
And what was the issue? Why'd you guys fight?
It was basically just, not accepting having another man in the house. Besides our father or my big brother.
Was there
So it was hard dealing with having another male figure in the house.
so with the Davian's father, your father, and then your stepfather? Did you see a lot of violence in Jacksonville when you were living there?
I have,
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Overall, go ahead. Just I'll give you a little bit of latitude.
At the Reigns and Lee game, my cousin was shot, in front of me. Starting to get over it, but it still hurt a little bit thinking about it. Lost a lot of friends, lost a lot of family. Grandma passed away. Mom almost passed away in front of me.
How did Davian cope with these types of things that you saw?
There were times where we was always taught to just pray.
Thank you, sir. I wish you well.
Okay. Cross.
Mr. Goodson, it sounds like you looked up to and admired your older brother Davian Murphy. Is that and you had a loving relationship with your older brother? And you described him as someone during the time when you were growing up who actually at times had to take over the household. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was a big responsibility, and he was able to do that. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, you said that he was the one that taught you how to work a 9 to 5.
Yep.
Connor, do we have some tissues or something? I think that he is getting a little emotional.
Sure.
You're ready for the next question? Sir, I think you said, you told the jury that he is the one that taught you how to work a 9 to 5 job. Is that true, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that by example because that was something he also was willing to do for your family?
Yes, ma'am.
So he was able to hold down a 9 to 5 job?
Yes, ma'am.
And it sounds like he also helped manage the household when your mother was sick. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Made sure everything stayed in order and that your other siblings were well cared for during that time.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, that's all the questions that I have.
Okay. Redirect. Okay. Thank you. May this witness be excused. Okay. So I'm gonna have you all step it one more time.
Okay, let me see what else they got here. Oh Lord, who else next? Let me see. Who is this that they got on the stand? Hold on, y'all.
Long time and stable relationship with Miss Steiger through all of these hardships, right?
Pam, thank you. I don't have any other questions for you. Okay, any redirects? Okay. Ms. Dickerson, thank you so much. Your testimony is now concluded, so you can log off of the Zoom, okay?
Thank you.
Okay. All right, and your next witness?
Your Honor, Jamila Murphy, and Jamila is spelled Jameelah.
Hello, Miss Murphy, Jamila Murphy, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Can you turn your camera on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm trying to turn it on.
Sure.
Okay, is it on?
We have a picture of you, but not, oh, there we go. Okay, yes. All right, Miss Murphy, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this class will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay. You can put your hand down, and you may proceed, Mr. Hernandez. Yeah. Okay, you may proceed.
Ma'am, could you state your name, please?
Yes, Jamila Murphy.
And Miss Murphy, I'm going to be asking you some questions about Rashad Murphy. Do you know him?
Yes, sir.
How do you know him? What is your relationship to Rashad Murphy?
That's my nephew, my oldest brother's child.
Okay. And have you known Rashad Murphy his entire life?
Yes, sir.
Now, are you aware of the fact that he was taken by the state and placed in a foster home at an early age?
Yes, sir.
What do you know about his father? Was he an active role model, or was he pretty much out of Mr. Rashad Murphy's life?
He was around. He was around, but he wasn't like being a father.
Okay. And are you aware of Rashad's mother having a variety of problems that ultimately that she basically had a drug problem?
Yes, sir.
And was that at least one of the reasons for Rashad to be removed from the home and put in foster care?
Yes, sir.
Now, are you personally aware of any problems that Rashad endured while in foster care? Do you know anything about him being abused in foster care?
Probably when he first foster parents, he was with his last foster parents took good care of him.
Okay.
His parents
But
took good care of him.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. You made some reference to abuse in the first placement of the foster care.
Yeah, I think, I'm not sure.
Now, despite the Rashad's mother had, would it be accurate to say that Rashad loved his mother very much?
Oh, yes, he loved his mother.
And do you recall what his reaction was or his grief when his mother died?
He took it pretty hard.
Now, can you describe the neighborhood that Rashad was raised in? Was it a crime area, drugs or violence or anything of that nature? Do you know? Okay. I'm sorry? Do you know about Rashad and his relationship with his fiancee, Charmaine Steger? Did you observe Rashad as a father and as a male role model for them, as well as his relationship? Was it a positive relationship with his fiancee?
Yes, sir, he was. He's great. He's a great father.
And can you give me examples of why you believe he was a great father? Did you see him participate in activities with them? Did he care for them? Things of that nature.
Yes, I see him do. Make sure he clothes fit them and make sure his children attend activities.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, he was definitely keeping sure his school activities, going to the school and stuff like that. Being the rich kids.
What about how did you also observe him having contact with your children or grandchildren? How did
Yes.
and tell the jury what you observed as him as a relative, as a person?
He's a loving big cousin. And he was a protector. He's the first cousin. So he made sure that all his cousins was good and they looked up,
What about, sorry, go ahead.
Just go ahead.
Okay. What about how he, what relationship, how he related to his own siblings, his brother and sister?
Oh, he was a great big brother. He made sure he was protective with them. He made sure everything was, it was straight and everything. Like,
Do you recall him actually, in addition to trying to support 4 kids and a fiance, do you recall him actually trying to adopt or at least take care of his brother and sister in many ways, including financially?
oh yes, I have. He stepped up to his siblings.
Do you love Rashad?
Yes, I do.
If he was sentenced to life in prison, would you continue to have contact with him and visit him and maintain as best as you can your relationship with Rashad?
Yes, I will.
Is there anything else about Rashad and the other qualities that I have forgotten to ask you? One second, you're on me.
Yes.
She don't know what to say about Rashad. Hurry up, Rashad. You had plenty of time to write that, man. Lord have mercy. We're gonna talk after this, y'all. Oh, I have so much to say. What are you doing? Writing a book?
Ma'am, who is Rashad Adams? Gerard Adams. Would you consider Rashad and Gerard, your child, close? Okay, now is Rashad deceased? Gerard, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. And do you know who he's buried next to?
Yes. He's buried next to Rashad's mother and my mother.
Do you recall seeing Rashad and his reaction to the death of your son?
Yes.
And what was that? Did it have an impact on him?
I think he did, of course, yes. So,
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Ismer? All right, you may proceed.
Ma'am, can you hear me okay?
yes.
You said your son was like a brother to Rashad, right?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to help to raise Rashad once Miss Hazel actually adopted him?
Yes.
And did he stay with you a lot over the course of those years, so from 9 or so through when he was 18?
Yes.
Did he get an opportunity when he was living with you to also be living with Gerard?
Yes.
Is that why you're saying that they have a close relationship like brothers?
Yes.
And I'll change subjects, okay? When he was coming to your house when he was a teenager, did you sometimes take him to school?
Yes, I did.
Did you talk to him about school and what was happening at high school?
Yes.
How was he doing in high school with grades?
Oh, great. He was an Davian Murphy.
You were proud of him for that?
Yes.
The home that you provided to him and your own children, would you call it stable?
Yes.
Did he have the opportunity to drive or go back and forth between your house and Miss Dickerson's house and his grandparents' house and his great-grandma's house?
Yes.
Did you all work together to raise him, even despite the issues that his mom was having at the time?
Yes.
And did he have any learning disabilities or anything like that that you were aware of throughout the course of those teenage years before he moved out?
No.
Did you all, once he moved out, was that to be living with Miss Steiger?
Yes.
And did you all remain supportive of him and his family as that family grew? I have no further questions, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Hernandez, any redirect?
I know you're saying.
Okay, all right, thank you so much, Ms. Murphy. Your testimony is concluded, so I'm going to close up the Zoom, okay?
Oh, thank you.
Sure. Okay, have an announcement?
Your Honor, yes, at this time,
Okay, very good. All right, next on the hearing, 5, so we're going to go ahead and start taking recess. I believe the state has to do what this is now. Okay, so I'm going to have you all report tomorrow at 10 a.m. We're just starting to get.
Okay, y'all, let's talk about just a little bit. I'm not gonna keep you long because y'all don't did a sit alone like me and listen to the trial, and I appreciate y'all being here. But it's so many. It's so. I'm gonna let me put on a little music, y'all. Let me put on just a little music. I really want to talk about this. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on here. I do and I don't. There's a lot of press, they're impersonating this thing. I mean, this is the first case I ever been through. I learned a lot since I've been on YouTube, y'all. And this is the first case I ever seen that we sat through and listened to, all of this MIR scam, not scam, but yeah, I mean, scan tests and people crying after they don't kill some unalive somebody. And one thing I got out the trial is families are not close like they used to be. I think families should have a meeting, but family don't get along no more, y'all. Family don't too much get along. The families that immediate family does, but it's sad though. Family don't get along, and how it is affecting our community and our kids. You know what I mean? Because I know that with this generation right here of kids, it's more like it's excuses, making up excuses for them. You know what I mean? For what they do. They're not being being accountable, but it's been like an excuse for their accountability of what they did, in life. You know what I mean? A lot of things in this penalty phase, I don't think it should have been shown on TV. Personally, when it came down to Davian Murphy, I know that's one of my favorite ones. When they was talking about his adapted behavior and his IEP. I know when I have to deal with IEP in school, that's personal. That even when they give me the child IEP, I cannot share it with no teacher. I can't share it with you. I can't share it with nobody. It's just I know. So I know the behavior of that child, but this is not a child we're talking about. And the brain does develop, doing the growth and development. That's when your brain. Rashad knew what he was doing when he did it. When he went out there, I don't think he's been on mental institute. So I don't even think he would be around nobody mental. But I think he probably do have a behavior problem. And they can diagnose him with that. Diagnose him with that. That's grabbed my attention in this trial is the families. What happened, y'all? Okay, this is what affected me, and this is what I didn't tell my children. My mom used to tell us when we was young, y'all, y'all get 18 now, you know what time, you got to go now. I don't think that's a good thing to tell your kids, nothing like that. When I got 18, I was ready to go, and I ain't been back since I was 18. I knew right from wrong. Military dad and government. Mom worked for the government. Auntie a lawyer. So we was raised properly, man. There's a lot of stuff that we couldn't say and do, and we had to pronounce words right. I mean, I just didn't want to take my children. Just didn't want to take my children to all that manable stuff that I went through. Couldn't talk at the table, couldn't talk with food in the mouth. So a lot of stuff that I see that going on with other families is it's like, well, we couldn't do that. So with my kids, I would kind of lingo on things that I couldn't do, so I wouldn't have to take them through the same thing, which I did good with them to excellent job, raised 5 children, and kept them out of trouble as I can with help from the village, a good village of young men and women. So I noticed that after the Murphy's family had like a pattern of being incarcerated. The granddaddy had no sense in anybody, but they had everybody locked up. The dad locked up. In this situation, either the mama locked up, either in a situation, the girlfriend locked up, the uncle locked incarcerated. I mean, it's almost like the escape said, who can I run to? When I need love. Know what I mean? Real love. Now, like I said, ain't gonna hold y'all long. Also, what I thought about when I be looking at this case, I've been on this case for since it started, and y'all have too with me. 12, 16, I don't know what's this. I'm not even trying to remember. I don't know if they were with the 16 block or the 12 block, whatever game they was with. When did Richard find time to go hang with a game of boys, group of guys, drinking, smoking, have guns in their hand, make videos, and away from his family? He got 4 children. Richard do. When did they find time? When do you find time to go hang with the gang? When do you find time to get tattoos on your neck with everybody that are in your gang members who don't pass and all this stuff? They ain't got your name on them. Now none of them got your name on them. When something happen to you, they ain't gonna put your name on them. Davian got everybody's name on his back, on his arm. It's tatted up. I mean, when did Sean Gathright find time to use his grandmama car sneaky, to use his grandma? Everything I say is a legend, and these are my opinions, and my opinions aren't necessarily based on fact. But anyway, use his grandmother's car to go out and commit a crime, bring it home, wipe your grandmother car out. What? And then you sit in the courtroom and then you start crying. It's a problem with that, y'all. And he came from a good home. So it don't matter what home you come from. It just, when your child trying to blend in, you better do something real quick to let them blend out of that mess. That's why I kept mine involved with. I kept involved in their life. I kept people involved in their life. Kept them in sports. Kept them in band. Kept them in something. I pay my money. I have to pay part of it or whatever I have to do. I kept mine busy all the way through high school, elementary to high school. So it's no excuse for not saying that you can't raise your child. So I'm just trying to find out, when did they have time to go be with a gang? When? Now you decide to live right after you committed a crime with Julio Foolio. Come on, y'all. I know Julio Foolio wasn't the greatest, but still, the point is, why did it take all 4 of y'all to go over there and do what y'all did? Why did it take all 4 of y'all to plan like y'all were going to war in the army? But then you sit in court, then they got to show us what's inside your brain, how you thinking. Got to go get your cousins, everybody out of jail. Got to bring your grandmama in there that love you to death. Everybody just say you was a good old boy, you was a good child. What happened? drug, alcohol, and everything else happened in this case. Sex, drugs, alcohol, women, men, and everything happened in this case. And you forgot about your family. Everybody's accountable for something. You forgot about your family. Because you decided to go out there and do this. You decided to go do that. You decided to do this. Then when it was all boiled down, they came and got you because you thought you got away. Now you need your family again. You see what we are? We are where we started. It seemed like they wanted that baby love again. All on acting like babies now. But tough. They ain't tough. They tough when they got them machine guns in their hand. But you take that machine gun out of their hand, they ain't no tough and nowhere. All the bones start crying and get weak. Y'all need to start respecting the older people. And you got older family members. The older people came in the courtroom. Your mother was older. Your daddy was older. Everybody older came in there and took up for you. But them the ones that you dog out. Them the ones that you disrespect. Now you see they got your back. Where your friends at? Real talk, y'all. Real talk. Only time you run back to your family when you get trapped in your mess. Now you want your grandmama. Now you want your granddaddy. Now you want your uncle. Now you want your sister. Everybody who was giving you love at first, you backfired on them. Now you need them. Talk to you. That's what I got out of this whole case. Just a bunch of mess. Back from the drawing board. Repeating a cycle. I don't even know how Sean got the right. Had to get himself mixed up in some confusion stuff like this. And he was a madness student. So that's another thing I learned about this case right here. You got different behaviors here. You gotta fit in. Sean want to fit in. Sean could have looked at his life and looked down the road in a gutter way. Go on and go over there and do something good. Get you a job, young men. Get y'all a job ain't gonna bite you. Get you a darn cotton picking job. Now, I know the law can't make y'all get no job. They need to make y'all stay in school. They need to erase that rule and that law. You get in the 10th grade, you really ain't got to go back if you don't want to. They need to cut that mess out and let y'all finish school. And then guess what I learned in this case? Majority of the boys did finish school. Some of them boys finished school, y'all. They finished high school. Some of them got their GED. What's the problem? Y'all can't, sticks and stones can break your bones, and y'all had to let your Julio Foolio mouth get to y'all. His time was coming, but it wasn't y'all time to tell, time to do that. Even if he did something to your cousin, or if he did something at the graveside or whatever, that ain't your job to go out there and become an army on him. Y'all are running around in the dog like a nut. Like y'all they got a problem. Hitting folks' cars, taking pictures of it. Then y'all affected other people's lives who in this case. A lot of people's lives was affected in this case besides y'all lives. Now these family on the other side, them kids, those couple kids got shot, and then some people got their car got shot up. Some people got bullets coming in their wall, and they got kids, and that's traumatizing, y'all. You see what you're doing to everybody. Everybody is affected in these cases. When y'all do stuff in these cases, y'all don't give a cotton picking where you're from. It's worldwide. Everything you do is worldwide, okay? It's not, I got the beat from there and I got the beat from here. I'm going to always preach. Because I'm a messenger. That's why I was sent here. Oh, yeah. It ain't over. That's what I got out of this case. You needed your family from the beginning, and you had your family at the end. So who is your friend? Where your friend is? So I got to ask you, where your friend? And y'all knew what y'all were doing when y'all commit this crime. Y'all knew what y'all were doing. Y'all took 2 young boys. Whoever decided to do this got 2 young boys. One but like 18 years old, just got out of high school. Rashawn and Isaiah, the youngest 2. Y'all know. All depend. I don't think they're gonna get them death penalty. I don't. Gonna be in jail. They're gonna be in jail. I don't know. They gonna. I think they might not. No, don't need some parole. Don't need the parole out. But y'all took the youngest 2. Isaiah ain't worried about that. Isaiah just sitting over there. Well, I ain't no more about 19 or 20, 21. They still young, y'all. 20 and 21, they still young. But your other 2 in y'all 30s. When you hit 30, baby, you're supposed to be 7. Not doing the same thing you were doing when you was 20. And Rashad, your kids, and y'all always depend on the grandma. All the grandmama be having the kids. Then the mamas and the daddy don't want to be bothered with. They call the grandma. But they're the ones you disrespect. Your grandparents. You better stop disrespecting your grandparents. Them the ones you don't need. Better hope Julio to be old. Now the grandmama got to take care of the kids. The aunties. Now one year the grandmama came. Got the grandmama in jail too. Ooh, Lord, have mercy. All right, y'all. Hope y'all enjoy this reaction. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe. What I say, I keep it real. This is what I do. But I wish that prosecutor still got a lot to learn. I didn't say I didn't say he was doing bad. I said the prosecutor has a lot to learn. He wastes a lot of little time. He would put me to sleep. The whole time I don't have a pork chop. I don't have popcorn. I napped out for a minute. Go back up. I don't have me a Minute Maid. I'm hanging in here because I started right here. Go back and look at my videos. I got Foolio from the beginning. I ain't just got y'all been here. Y'all just found. That's a good thing.